All right, we are live. This is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. Yo, 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 man. What's going on? What's going on?
Not much. Same old, same old, same old, same old.
Am I coming through pretty clear? Or,
Yeah, you coming through clear.
okay, cool, cool, cool. So, I got your niece out, so I may have a car full of kids in a minute, but just FYI, just FYI. So I'm
That's
up
all
at
good.
pump. I'm at a
Everybody's
pump it up. You already know where I'm at, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they got like two or three rules going right now. So yeah, man, they having a good time, man. But what's good, man? What's good, man? We're gonna get into some stuff, man. We got a whole lot on deck, man. So I mean, let's get that date in and get constructive whole time. Shout out to our ancestors now. Both of them are now transitioned. Mr. Neely Fuller recently, and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, and all the people that speak ill on their name, man, shame on 'em. You know better than that. You know, you're gonna represent someone. I done heard somebody today kind of misappropriate their tenets or their talking points. It always, if you want to fire me up, man, that's the way of firing me up right there. Like I just don't like it, man. Just especially when they were not about that. You know what I'm saying? No ego, none of that stuff that you're talking about. That wasn't them. It's just it's
Which is
just
why
it's
they,
just
which is why they
weird.
weren't, which is why they weren't popular.
Yeah, like what you're talking about don't have anything to do with them. You're putting your own talking spin. I just don't like when people do that. And then they filter this to people that don't know them at all. You know what I mean? And then it just it just damaged the whole philosophy or what they was trying to elocute or trying to push forward. And it's just like, man, you know,
I know.
but we're about to get into it because that's the same thing that we're kind of getting into media propaganda, how people can kind of meld
So
mind you and all this kind of shit. So
yeah, but think
yeah,
about this. Think about this. So if we're having an issue on this scale with Dr. Welson's reputation and what she believes and what she believes
yeah,
in, what she said, right? Doesn't that
yeah,
make you question? Doesn't that make you question every single thing that's been written about
everything.
anybody ever in history about anything,
Absolutely, absolutely.
including the Bible?
Yes, included, especially that. Like, listen, man. It,
Everything, bro. Ancient. I mean, everything. It's like, well, because like you said, there's no one. You're not. You have to be. Like you said, you have to. Unfortunately, you have to be there, right? You have to
you
be.
have to be there, man.
I mean, when you're
You have to be
there
able
and
to
you see
ask
people talking, like,
to ask the person that has these philosophies a direct question about what they meant is everything. And like not to just be bragging about it, but me and Paradox was able to do that. Like, the stuff that we was confused about, the things that we wasn't clear on, the reason why she did things, asked her, and it's just clarity. So it wouldn't behoove us to kind of kind of remix what she says because it's going to fit our talking points. We disagree with certain part of it, then we disagree with it, but you know, nobody is right on everything. And that includes Dr. Weldon and Mr. Fuller. But they said that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like they said that. That's
and
what I'm saying. So it's ridiculous, man. Like some of the stuff that I've
also
been hearing, I'm
reality.
like, come on, man.
Yeah, realities change as well. Reality things. This society changes because really, my issue that's really even to me really bigger than that is um, the Democratic Party, the left wing apparatus, the
Yeah.
the the progressive philosophies of this country and of the Western world, Europe included. those things that happened in her lifetime, they oppressed her, suppressed her when she was speaking because society shifted and it made what she was saying obsolete. It wouldn't be allowed to flow through, right? Dr. Wells, and if she was alive today, she would be on right wing podcast on some level. You know that?
Yeah, yeah, to a
They
degree,
would
yeah, you're right. They
they
was
now,
they was
now
kind of pushing her.
they wouldn't get along because
They
of her
wouldn't keep her.
philosophy. They
Yeah, they
right.
won't keep her there. But yeah,
She can't
they'll
live
try to
there,
remix some of the
but
stuff. Yeah,
they would pull her because the right wing rides on a whole plethora of ideologies, and one of
yeah.
those ideologies is behavior. And so, because her behavior conversation, that's why they like Thomas Sowell so much.
Hmm.
And even in the past, they like certain things, certain people for certain reasons. But it's a very, like you said, it's very
Yeah,
tricky.
the Booker T. Washington grift. It's just amazing. And I'm like, you don't understand Booker T. Washington without understanding the Atlantic Compromise. Do you understand what he did? Why he did that? Building Tuskegee, his whole reasoning, it wasn't because these were shiftless Negroes, and I mean, it's just niggas just throw their own, they
That's
just
what I'm
throw their
saying, right?
own
Everybody.
juice on it. Like, come on, man, what is going on? Like,
And I think, and like you said, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to capture people unless you have a lot of a ton
well, I
of
mean, but I'm
documentation
saying,
they went through.
if you read up from slavery, if you even if just if you see how desperate black people were to just be left alone, literally, like, you know, there are different groups of philosophies. Of course, these people don't know it in present time. You got to understand the present. You don't understand what's going to translate into the future and how, because see, the thing is that what you're thinking is over time, this thing will not morph. But what we've been seeing, and the reason, whole reason why we call ourselves code breakers, because this thing that you want to call whatever the system, race, whatever you want to call it, it's a system, but it's a very adaptable system. It mutates. It changes, like you said. It updates. It goes through.
Constantly.
It goes through an update. So if your phone doesn't update, so you trying to use an old program to try to fit this thing in and try to see if that's going to work. It's not going to work no more because it's been updated. It swallows it. It swallowed the language of white supremacy. You can't even shame them into that no more. That doesn't work. It doesn't work.
But they tried it.
Huh?
I said they tried it,
Right.
and
Right.
they
Right.
pretend, I guess, on some level, to be perplexed about why people are doing what they're doing. But like I said, I'm gonna make sure we can find those numbers. But you can see the numbers and see that the society, like you said, it's hard to put in words on some level, but just trying to understand the ebbs and flows of everyday people. It's really, I would almost argue you have to look at it through class when things change a little bit. Race is the blood work, of course, right? It's what's going through everything. But class is what it's also in the mix. I don't know if it's 50-50, you know what I mean? Maybe it's like, 60-40, 70-30. But class is being based like me and you talked about before. Class is being so suppressed. Class is being manipulated by
Yes.
using other things. And I
Yes.
feel like the Democrats and the Republicans, from a political perspective, at least on the national level, they're having to manipulate it. And then as things shift and change, everyone is trying to find their new spaces to be in, and then they're calling each other out. But a lot of people, you are who you are, and as like you said, as a society's morphing, you will find yourself on the right. Like you said, Ronald Reagan would be on the left. So
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? A lot of people's philosophies they'd be all over the place based off of where we are right now. If they
Yeah.
found those same exact talking points, if they said them today, it would shift their politics, because politics obviously have changed drastically changed.
Exactly.
And when society was, and I would say society was never simple. It is complex, like you said. But again, when you're dealing with everyday people, I know you saw the numbers with Democrats and their ratings, Republicans, their ratings, Trump and his ratings,
Yeah.
even though his ratings are not stellar across the board, they're better than they were before.
Hmm.
I think they said that black folks trusted Trump 15%, or no, I'm sorry, 9% or 10% in 2016, and then in 2024, I think it's 31 or 29, somewhere in that range percent. Now, whatever these statistics mean, I halfway really don't like them because I think they're just, I don't know, I don't know if those little tidbits really explain things thoroughly, but it's something. It's a data point, right? It's something to talk about, I
It's
guess.
a data. No, but see, this is what we need to be real about. It's not everything, right? It's not everybody. However, when you the way the statistics work, and people got to understand this, you're not going to be able to poll every human person or everybody that's in the United States. It's just that doesn't exist, right? What you want to
Well,
do, you want to get to an actual tipping point of a gathering of information where you can make a synopsis, right? A kind of data point, and then you can work off of that to kind of explain what is going on. Now, even when you go into the explaining part, depending on what side or how you view things, is how you actually tailor that message out to the people that you're delivering it to.
yeah.
So
And
that's
also,
the reason why it becomes tricky, you know.
it's for people who are really nerds in a lot of ways. Nerdy people, people who follow politics. Like I said, we're living in the 3% basically. So I mean, people are just not following. Because if you follow a lot of politics, and I mean directly from the horse's mouth, and you look at read all the dockets that come out and stuff, you wouldn't even need the media. The media wouldn't have to tell you anything, and then you'd be
Right.
really surprised of what their producers and the executive heads of the media companies are picking and choosing what stories to talk about or what stories not to talk about or what's important or what because they're trying to they're running their narratives, and it's very very what do you call it it's scary the amount of power the media has, unfortunately, because thank God for the internet at this point and freedom of some level. Because when you really monitor the media, they're limited anyway, right? It's all limited, and
Yeah.
they don't really have a it's profit based, which I would say could be problematic because you're going to chase the profit, and so it's going to make everything even more narrow. And so
Well, that's
certain
why.
stories that should get out
But
will
you know
never
what the
get
media
reported
does?
because. Mhm.
Well, not the media. What I would call like the storytellers do now. They capture the content creators. So whoever is doing content at a larger level, they capture these people and then they filter them out. Advertisers, you start to see people get paid. They
Well,
start to
they're
start
also
to become a
creating
part.
people.
Right. They create. That's what I'm saying. They create people. They process, but I'm saying they got to tap into you. It's just like anything else. They get to see you do your thing. They tap in. Like it's
Yeah.
there's a whole department that deals with this. And like I said, they tap in. They on it all day long. That's just they there. They I wish people can understand that's the way it works, but it's kind of hard because there's no separation for real. It's just when you
Well, I
see
mean,
somebody
I think
when you
you're in a
see
good.
somebody when you see somebody in their large like million point five followers, that's just not them. That's just not on the I guess the brow of their hard work or to a degree. They're being pushed to a degree. And the push is coming from multiple sources or multiple places basically to get their message out to whoever needs to hear whatever they're trying to, spew or put out there. So
And most big channels, especially ones that are backed by that we may not be aware. You have to basically research everybody. But a lot of the big content creators obviously are being pushed. Not only is the algorithm pushing them and the programmers are pushing them, but also big money is pushing them, and so they can buy views, they can buy everything, buy trends, you can buy everything, and so you don't really know. You can never really get a good sense of no different than regular media. You can never really get a good sense of how authentic it is
yeah, true,
because you really don't know
so true.
unless you've been following from the beginning and they have pretty much been consistent even if they're consistent in what they're saying, if it fits a person's ideology, they will be captured. Like you said, you would fund them because they're saying what you know what I'm saying. So you're gonna push them even more, make them even bigger. And like you said, you can never
Yeah.
know if it's and I would argue that maybe none of it's natural at the end of the day. So
I mean, I think some of it is, and I think even the person don't really understand what's happening to them until it's like too late. Till they have one of those
yeah,
meetings. You had a real meeting. You had the first. You meet some people. Oh, like, oh, okay, they cool. That's how it starts, right? Oh yeah, you can be this, you can do this, you can be independent. You can, you keep everything you. You know what I mean?
well,
It's just,
if you never
you know,
evolve, if you never evolve or have a different opinion of through your time frame, then I know that somebody's probably paying you.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
regular people, a regular person, your thoughts change and you say different things. It's not so orchestrated. That's what I'm talking about too as well. A lot of times, a lot of this stuff's very orchestrated. I've watched channels, hours and just hours of channels of guys who are repeating things over and over again, and I'm just thinking to myself, this
yeah,
isn't normal. That means you're
yeah,
working for somebody. You're trying to hold onto an audience, and you're pushing
yeah,
propaganda. This cannot be. I mean, and then you're lying on top of that, by the way, which makes it even worse. It's like you're lying about things. You're leaving out
yeah.
things. You're not
What's
giving. It's almost like a real person to me would give everybody the same thing. So, for example, Joe Rogan has a massive following. He didn't. I would argue he didn't ask for it, but he has it. It's there, and then now it's being juiced on top of that. But I would say that if you follow him every day, you can watch him teeter totter constantly. But
yeah,
he gets into the same traps everybody else gets because it's lazy. You get into the same trap, right? So he kept making these points about which disturbed me, but because they were talking about Tampon Tim, he kind of makes jokes about it and makes Tim seem like he's a bitch in a sense, like the way he kind of presents Tim.
you talk
And
about Tim
out of
Tim Pool?
Tim Pool, so no,
Yeah.
Tim, the one who ran for VP,
Oh yeah,
the president's candidate, whatever his last name is.
yeah,
Not talking about
yeah.
him. What I mean is that they called him Tampon Tim. Remember that was the whole thing they put on him, and he was calling everybody weird, and calling Trumpers
Hmm.
weird. But he kept making these comments about Tim, and I'm like, well, yeah, you're saying that now. You may not even know that you're doing it or how it's coming off. But once you get labeled, and this society loves fucking labels and categories. It's just so funny to me. But once you get that label, everything that you now say that's any kind of way negative, if you're not careful how you say it, it's not like you shitting on somebody. Then when you have a big audience, it applies more pressure. People get more sensitive. Like if you have a 500,000 followers, and you make the same comment versus having 30 million followers. You see what I'm saying? The impact is different. So everything is different. You're getting sued. People are coming after you, and you're really doing nothing different. You're just saying what you're saying. But I could tell that people are taking sides. It's so you know what I'm saying. It's so obvious that people are taking sides. And they may even disagree. And so Rogan would be an example of a person who is clear, in my opinion, he's clearly liberal. He's clearly leftist, period. But to me, it's really a hard stop. That's just me, though. And so, because I follow everything, so I have a full understanding, no confusion with him, no clips. And but the media and regular people who will follow the energy of it all, and they would see the clips, you would just assume, that, oh yeah, he's right winger now. He supports the Nazis and blah blah blah.
Right.
And I'm like, nah, sorry, that don't work. But individual
Right.
people are very complicated. And so I can we're watching Elon Musk become demonized because he took a different position. That doesn't even make any sense. So that means none of it was real anyway.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
But I mean,
You was pushing a green agenda. Now all of a
oh,
sudden, this man is
okay.
still making green cars, but you're now against the green agenda because what are we doing right now? So it's just a lot of this. It's such a funny thing of how if you have different belief systems, and it's not even like a religious belief, right? Because you're going to change. In a religious space, you're going to pretty much stay static. But outside in the political world, man, you're going to be shifted and moving depending on who you are, of course. But just
Well,
individual.
he's affiliated. He chose a side that would, I guess, he thought that would fund him and fund his endeavor a little bit better. But his
What do you mean? No,
policies and his
he had no choice.
well, his policies and his his political leanings are clearly left leaning. They clearly are.
And it's not, and like you said, and it's and because of how you spin it,
Yes, I
you can
am.
turn you can turn them
So
into a
the
monster.
here you go. Thank you, thank you. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Yo. I'm listening.
Yep,
Go ahead. I
I'm
guess
here.
place you on hold real quick. You kind of rock out for a minute. Let me get it
I
situated.
forgot what I was
Get them
saying.
situated. You're talking about Elon Musk and everything. Elon Musk
Oh
and
yeah.
yeah.
I was just saying, yeah, how he's demonized, and he was just a darling of the left. And so of course the
Say
left and the right,
hello. Say hello,
they're
Uncle
talking about it.
Paradox.
Hello,
Go ahead.
what's up, Queen? Um, but I was just saying that to me it just kind of gives you a good illustration. That's all. And then you try to look around and see are people falling for it, and they really are falling for it. They were showing clips of we were talking about the town halls last week. They were showing more clips of the town halls, and the Republicans came out and said, "We're not doing any. Don't do no more town halls. They're done. Stop doing town halls." And I'm like, yeah. When you're in charge of things, it gives the opposition a time to start to manipulate the environment, which is what they're supposed to do, of course, and to try to shift the consciousness of the country. And when they ran that Elon clip on Social Security and Medicaid, what is basically at this point still sort of a third rail type situation. And them folks were so upset. But the problem I have with even that is that I'm like, who's in the audience? Who did they support? Where are they coming from? And who's being paid? So my conspiracy antennas are always on for everything, because you showed me this clip and people might be upset, but it really is like, who do you support though? Because if you don't support the Republican Party or the Trump campaign or MAGA, and you're in there, you're mad about things because you just happen to be in that particular state. It might be blue or red at the county level or district level or whatever, and you're coming off upset, but you've been a lot of times, even that you've been what do they call it? You've been I guess gaslit. I can't think of what I was trying to say, but basically being gaslit. And so you get enough people turned up, no evidence of
Radicalized,
nothing.
radicalized a little bit.
Yeah,
Is that the word,
radicalized.
or maybe not the word? Okay,
No, that's the word. That's one of them. I didn't want to go that aggressive with it, but
that's what
yeah,
I'm saying. But yeah, it don't have to be radicalized. It could be,
yeah. AOC. We can play some of that at some point. But AOC and Bernie had their big Bernie Bro meeting in Vegas. I think they were in Vegas, Nevada, somewhere. And they had their whole little thing, and just listening to them talk, I'm thinking them. I mean, everything that they said, it's like either you go and get your own party and have a movement and convince people across the country to become progressive, or you just talking. I mean, it's like I'm living in the Twilight Zone, hearing Bernie and her say what Bernie been saying forever. It's like he's saying the same thing, but you're a part of the Democratic Party. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, how much of what you're saying is really in line with what they're trying to do? And they're also trying to shift. A lot of Democrats are not trying to, but they are shifting more to. I don't even want to say the right necessarily. That's how we would define it, as to the right. But they're trying to just connect more to other people.
to people, to the
isolated.
populist message is what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I can make an argument against that, of course, but just for this conversation. So I'm listening. They're moving to the right, but I'm listening to AOC and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, you should have been done this. Like I'm in the comments saying, well, where have y'all been though? Like you're talking to people like they don't know anything, basically. You know, Bernie was in the crowd asking folks, well, what are you struggling with, and you know, and how you're having issues with this. You know, tell me about your. So he was talking directly to the audience, and I'm like, you know what's so funny? I would argue that the Republican Party basically captured the internet, and I think
Yeah,
the Democrats don't realize that what the Republican Party is basically hiding. They're hiding to me, and they're hiding behind Trump and MAGA and the I would call it the freedom on the internet that has happened coming out in the last 4 or 5 coming from the last 10 years, basically the last 3 or 4 years, and people are vibing a certain way because of what happened, you know, obviously in the last 7 to 10 years. And it's like they're trying to figure out how do we penetrate. And I'm thinking like that's not how this works. First, you would have to find authentic people.
yeah. It's from the ground. It's from the ground up.
Actually,
It's not from the
right.
top down. They're doing it incorrectly. You're right.
What
It ain't
they
gonna
don't
work. It ain't gonna work this way.
really they need to just stick to what they know and just keep plowing through, because in reality Trump is a unique candidate who happened to capture the Republican Party with his own party, and that party that he has in conjunction with a lot of internet people who were authentically came up. They're real people who were doing their own things, in my opinion. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them. And as Trump is doing his messaging, the MAGA people and all of those other shows online, all that stuff, it's all the same people. It's all connected. They're all connected, just not politically per se.
Right.
The regular Republican Party would still be disconnected from that stuff. By the way, it would still be, we hate both
Yeah.
parties. Those people would not like either party.
Yes.
That's why Ron DeSantis, technically speaking, should have been the Republican nominee, but Trump came back, and so
Right.
you can tell
Right.
the very stark difference between Trump and how he's bending reality, and say a Kamala, a Bernie, AOC, or a Tim Walz, or a Ron DeSantis, or Marco Rubio, or Ted Cruz, etc.
Tim, I would argue, has some of that naturally. He did until he got caught into that machine of those, the what I would call the kind of that academic kind of whitewashing, uh, filtering of the party. When he got caught into that wash, that's what happened to him. So, but he was part of that. Remember, he used to come online and do some of that stuff and had people kind of rocking with him about, doing regular things, that regular people do, fix cars, and, give a hot shot and whatnot, to
You
the
know what's so
vehicle,
funny?
do just general stuff.
I thought
He
that
was
was
a regular person.
I thought it was going to be enough for him, but then I had to remember with Kamala is that they weren't running their campaign,
Right.
so they were trapped running
Right.
off of a Democratic platform curated by Joe Biden's people.
Yeah.
And so, with 100 days left, you're in Delaware doing what they tell you to do. So, of course,
Yeah.
you censor him, you censor the left, you censor Palestine, you censor everything. And then you have
So instead of being yourselves, you're reacting to everything. You're a reaction.
right. And so what I think is funny from a Democratic perspective is the level of they're playing on a lie to try to trying to hold on to the working class. Instead of, and I keep telling you this, it is highly disappointing to me is that the party has an opportunity right now to change the world. Period. Now I'm gonna tell you why that's a problem, obviously in a second, but how they can change the world by holding their positions and doubling down on it and expelling everybody. Do not change the energy. Stay the exact same way and let the party evolve or devolve and then, rebrand itself and come out as something different. They're not doing that. it's just a funny kind of thing, because really what people don't know is that the Republicans are they're on ice. They're frozen. They're on ice. That's how I look at that, right? They've been on ice for a minute, right? When they unthawed and they brought out Ron DeSantis, America said, "We good." On the right, we good. And I think Trump was up on him by 30 points. Trump got it. This is so funny.
Yeah, he didn't even have the primary. It wasn't a real primary, actually.
It showed you that there is a good significant number of people who just want America to be a certain way, and they're not going to move from that. And it'll be very interesting to see.
Please wipe your hands.
In about 4 years, what that's going to look like, because on the left, there is no one that I can see yet that is going to be authentic. But if it's two unauthentics going against one another, it doesn't matter anyway. You just have to pick.
Well, to them, Bernie Sanders is a real one, and he's not. Like he's the one that they consider to be that person. That counter.
He cannot. But remember, because he's in the Democratic Party, he's literally just gaslighting people. That's the sad part about it, is because these folks are selling these dreams, and then that shit gets into the ether, and everybody starts repeating a lot of it because it does sound great. 32-hour work week, free healthcare, free education, family leave, more family leave, 6 weeks or 8 weeks or whatever, family leave, and on and on and on. Oh yeah, and a livable wage, and not a minimum wage. You would think that language would be, and it resonated in 2015, 2014, and the Democratic Party, chopped his head off. And so from a party structure, even though Bernie had all of that support, he didn't have the level of what MAGA was, that infrastructure coming from in my opinion, and some people disagree when they analyze, but from my opinion, coming out of that Tea Party environment, there was a strong energy there. And as the Democrats kept expelling people, it just made that thing even, as it started to isolate people with big voices especially, and victimize them, it just got bigger and stronger. But it's interesting on the left, not on the left, but from a Bernie's perspective, they keep saying everybody wants progressive ideas because they agree with the idea. But when you actually have to try to implement it and get the Democratic Party to respond to it, there seems to be an issue that I just don't know. I don't know why, because I thought his movement was very powerful. He had a huge number, but his numbers just weren't strong enough, and he didn't have the kind of grip that as Trump had. He did, for whatever reason. I don't really know if it's because from the Trump's perspective, it's just so reckless that it makes you more dedicated to him. And from a Bernie's perspective, I don't know if Bernie he could not get to the next level for some reason. Does that make sense? Like, for some reason, he had a lot of young people supporting him. He had a lot of good ideas, but I honestly don't think America, and again, I could be wrong here, because somebody says what he's saying, you would think that at least more than half the country would support, especially if you don't have any money. It'd be like, it should be, if you're making under $50,000 a year, he should get all of those votes. People who don't even vote should be going to register to vote based off of what he's saying.
But see, the thing is, we're talking about it like as if that's the main driving point. And I know you don't want to talk about it, but we're trying to talk around it. But I don't want to, ruin the lead here. But there's a clear, his whole thing, Bernie thing is, he think is all about the culture. It's the class thing, and he has a lot of people that's on the left that believes the same thing. They believe that. They think that it's not, racist. It's the class, and that these people, if you give out that message, that would energize them to do the same thing that they do on the right, and that's not going to happen. Paradox. It's been proven not to be the thing that's going to happen.
Well, Bernie is fighting against an environment where dropping in incendiary language disrupts what he's trying to do. Bernie is trying to accomplish something, and individual people have their own agendas. Organizations have their own agendas, and they're very powerful. They're
so
very
hurry up
influential.
if you need.
Just
in
hurry
his
up. Don't
country,
take that. Why are you
in the
taking that with
media,
you?
and just in different
Huh?
spaces around the country, have a lot of influence.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Hurry up.
And because they have so much influence, I think that it disrupts Bernie's message because America, the way it's been chopped up, he has to appeal to a lot of different groups in the Democratic Party, and he refused to do it. He was saying, "I'm going to stick to this message because it resonates more broadly," which is true to some, but it has a limitation because of how the system is structured. His ideas are trying to break that. He just doesn't. I don't think he doesn't. He doesn't understand how to do it. So
You
he
talking
just
about Bernie
he didn't.
Sanders?
Yeah,
You-
I'm
No,
breaking
no,
down
no,
Bernie.
no, no, bro. No, Bernie Sanders is what he is. It's see, this is the thing. It'll become clear. Like once we play some of the clips, we can play both of the clips from both sides, and we can see what's energized. It's a energy. It's a consciousness that goes into this. It's not just
Trump
you
has
know what it is, but
no.
Trump has tapped
Trump has
into it. Trump is okay. Go ahead.
Trump has a coalition. My point is that Bernie has to understand he needs a coalition. It can't just be this one messaging. If Trump only had one messaging, which was just the border, he would be very limited. So he had obviously we watched him have to go and have multiple different points that he had to highlight. Bernie is trying to stick into this one space, and he refuses to stretch out. And because if he would have done that, he has an opportunity to do that, then he would have been fine. Your main message can be protecting and supporting the working class. That could be your main message.
You get it?
But if you refuse to engage everything else in the party, then you're gonna get blown up. We watch it happen. Because I mean, if you're a regular person, if you're making under $100 grand a year as a family or as an individual, Bernie's messaging should resonate. Like I just said, though, because he refuses to touch all the points that's under that big umbrella, I think that's probably why he if he would have just done that, I think Hillary and them couldn't have stopped him. The Democratic apparatus wouldn't have been able to stop, because he would have had so many different groups that he was touching, but he refused to. He didn't want to recognize the reality of it. That's like me trying to pretend that race don't exist, or me trying to pretend that there's no such thing as white people or something like it's like I'm trying to pretend like no, it doesn't matter about my philosophy. I have to recognize these people call themselves that, we call ourselves this. I don't care why, it doesn't even matter. None of it matters, right? Everyday people talk this way. They see themselves this way. And he just wanted to keep it that broad stroke, and just said the messaging would bring in more and more supporters, as if he wasn't going to be attacked by the left, which he knew was going to happen because he's progressive. So he should have been prepared to say, let me say other things to counteract the people who are going to attack me in my own party.
Well,
because
I think
he's not going against everything. He's going against billionaires. He's going against extremely influential people who have had access for generations. He's going against a lot of that. And then when you add the media apparatus on top of it and how they're going to spin, he's not going to. You know what's so funny is that what makes the media, and I know I keep attacking the left, like just so easy. But the left wing media, they don't do progressive like that. They'll bring you on a few little drops, a few little, they'll use it as an argument. They'll use it to make you angry about it. They don't believe in it though.
It's all ideas. It's abstract. It's not. But see, that's what I'm saying. The energy that was used to gravitate to the left, which was the coal miners of West Virginia, the steel mill guys of Pennsylvania. That's why the blue wall was so important, because those were everyday folks, but they were unionized. They were regular people. They didn't like billionaires. But the thing is that how can you capture the mindset of those very same people and still be an Elon Musk, a Donald Trump, a so-called Joe Rogan that's been very, very successful in his podcasting career, where he's making millions and millions and millions of dollars. but he's very, very influential on the right. I think a lot of that has to do with what the culture has basically been shifted to. It's not just the income, it's what you believe in. So since DEI became such a topic of being weaponized against the left, Bernie Sanders is not gonna he doesn't talk about DEI like that, but it's still weaponized against them because he's thinking, oh, well, there's opportunity for everybody. But what I'm saying is it's opportunity for everybody. He's gonna say stuff that's not gonna correlate with the reality of these people that are totally in opposition in the party. The messaging is bad, Paradox, but the messaging is bad because nobody really wants to talk about. Nope, the messaging is bad, bro. The messaging is bad. And
if he would have tweaked his message and bent,
it doesn't change it though. In my opinion, it doesn't change it. It doesn't change it. It doesn't change. If he was to even curtail his message, right, to say, okay, I'm going to add in these particular people, is not going to be real because he's still trying to attack class from an ideological perspective when it doesn't actually have any cultural tenets to it. And not only that, but he's from that northern gate where people just see him as a liberal. They don't see him as somebody that's going to be about their particular designs or helping their people out. They're not going to see him like that. It's just not. I think he has that kind of problem, and he can only be who he is. It only works now because there's a clear thorough line because these are the people that's in charge. I think he only works when there's an oppositional party that's in charge.
Right.
I really believe that. I don't think he works when it's Democratic against Democrat. I don't think it works that way. That's what I'm trying to say. Because he's going to be in opposition. He's going to be contradicting himself in opposition with groups of people that don't believe what he believes in.
But that was my whole point. I don't disagree with you on that.
Okay.
I think he's very. I think that they think that he's this smart person. Like, no, he's very narrow-minded. He's so idealistic about what he's talking about. The problem is a lot of Americans who are working class don't even see themselves as working class. They don't see certain things. Like, it's so much things. Individual people think so many different kind of ways, and so sometimes when he's talking, I'm like, you're trying to sell this, which is fine, but you can only sell things to a point without you having to switch it up. And so if he would have stuck with his core beliefs and then expanded and expound on what he was talking about and got more into individual groups and what's going on with them and recognize all that type of stuff, I think that his message would have got much louder and much because remember, from his perspective, he technically would be against the Democrats, the news media, and the Republicans. Like, he's going against everything from his position
he would be a true independent. Yeah, he'd be a true Green Party person. Or whatever you want to call it, because he's attacking those people, those big donors from the left, but he can't really do that because he basically, since he's been a senator, and that's what I'll be trying to tell people. This man has been a senator for like almost 40 years, almost the bulk of our life. You know, so the thing is that he hasn't stood up long enough to knock down the big donors, and he's out of Vermont. By the way of New York City, he knows what this is. So to speak about the corruption and to still take it underneath the table, it doesn't do you any favors, because at the end of the day, these are the people that you caucus with. These are the people that you rock with, you roll with. Either you try to reform it on the inside, you do a hard reform, or you go totally independent and you separate on the ideas that you have for it. That's how I look at it. That's my opinion, though. But like I said, it doesn't work. Like I said, it doesn't work unless he's working with an oppositional party the way he is now. See, right now, this is Bernie Sanders' time, just like how it was back before. But it doesn't work nationally when you try to put it into a national election, because then people get things get canalized, right? You get into culture war, and you get into things that have to be solidified based off common interest, right?
Well, the thing is, you have to be able to see immigrants. You have to be able to see illegal immigrants. You have to be able to see black people. You have to be able to see white people. You have to be able to see all the different types of Latino people that live in the country.
And the history counts. And the history matters. And the history matters too. Yeah, and the history matters. You got to see it. I agree. I
The
agree.
moment, the moment you go like almost like an accountant or something. The moment you just say we're gonna raise
Right.
minimum
It's all
wage, we're
class.
gonna
This
give
is how
free
we
health
deal with it.
care,
No,
and that's just that.
not true,
It's
bro.
like, yeah, you're right. When you're talking,
Exactly.
when you're in small rooms, you're right. But guess
Yeah.
what though? You got to go into a
Yeah.
small black room and talk to black
Yep.
people.
How did we
You
get
got to
there?
take that
Yep.
same message and it has to
Yeah.
be blackified. And then you got to take that same
Yeah.
message. You got to go into the Mexican people. Then you got to go to the Caribbean people. Then you got to go to the port. You know what I mean? You have
Yeah.
to really,
Because
but it's the
you
same
don't have
message,
the
but he
same personality
refused
as
to
Trump,
do it.
right? That overrides it. He just be like, we're just gonna do this. We're going
Trump
to
is
do this
Trump's charismatic, so
where
he
Trump
can do it that
speaks
way.
it. Yeah. So he
He can do it that
speaks
way.
it. He speaks his rhetoric into existence, even though it's 1000% bullshit. It doesn't matter. People believe it, and that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Well,
Like
all of it's
people
bullshit.
believe
So yeah,
that what he
that's
did,
what it is.
right? Yeah, people believe what he did at that desk when he did the DOE, that was basically, really dismantling the Department of Education. But it doesn't. It stalls it. It hurts it. Yes, it does a lot of that stuff. But a lot of the things that the Department of Education do, outside of basically firing people, stuff like that, they still going to do. It's still going to operate in the same kind of way. It doesn't really go away without the act of Congress. But you know,
Well, that's not
that's
Trump's
the
point.
thing.
Trump's point
But
is to give
I'm saying that's not
Trump's
Trump's
point,
point. It's
like any other
exactly
president, is that everyone has to make it appear that they're doing something. He's doing a great job of it because he's talking about it all the
exactly.
time.
No,
But
I agree 1000%.
the
I
issue
agree.
the issue that Joe Biden had, obviously he was deteriorating as a person. But if he was constantly selling the CHIPS Act, if he was constantly selling different policies that they put in place and got passed by Congress, not executive orders even, and he was out there doing it. But I'm gonna tell you, politicians don't like doing what Trump's doing. They keep telling people like, I gotta get out here. I'm like, politicians don't do that. Trump is
They don't
an
like doing it.
anomaly. No one wants to be at the
They
top
don't
all the
like
time,
doing it.
always out all the time, telling everything. They don't do that. Nobody does. Nobody does
Yeah.
that. No governors don't. Nobody does.
No.
The
It's
only time it ever happened, and guess what? And then they all still didn't do it, is when Cuomo was doing a pandemic and Cuomo was talking every day. That's the only time it was
that's the
done.
closest.
Outside of that time,
Right.
they're just
Right.
a cog in the wheel. Everybody's a cog in the wheel. Things move slow. Things are bloated because we have so much wealth, quote unquote wealth, and that this is how it is. Like they're talking about California, right? Earlier today, they were saying how California is like 500,000 regulations, and just to do some simple stuff, it takes forever to get it done. Obviously, it's just so much government bloat, government slowdown, government sprawl and crawl. You know what I'm saying? The bureaucracy of it all. And so, and again, I think systems are allowed to go through that process. And then as they go through that process, and the citizens, the citizens are like, well, it's at a point now where enough of us wants things to maybe change. And that's where you start to get all of the things, the dominoes starting to fall, and different people. All of a sudden, everything shifts. You're like, well, why is everybody listening to this person all of a sudden? And why is this person who was nobody is now a somebody? And that's just the winds of things sort of shifting, from left to right. Because a lot of people, like on that chart that everybody was showing this week on different channels, the people that they have on that chart that's podcasters or whatever, a lot of those folks they're not right leaning, they're not right wing, they're not even political, they're not even trying to be political really, but they're still on that chart as right wing. And I watch all those shows. I'm like, well, and I'm looking at the left. I'm thinking about the podcast that shows on the left. I'm like, there's a lot of left wing podcasts, but the numbers are just not there. And I'm saying because they're not being authentic, not being real. You're not really getting to know people. A lot of those podcasts that was on that list they put out. If you ever watch those shows, you're actually knowing who those people really are. A lot of the shows that I watch on the left, outside of a couple of shows, it's like they have a job. Theo Von, watching Theo Von, he's not working. He's just doing some entertainment stuff, right? But but when I look at a lot of, I'm trying to think of a show on the left that's all. Oh yeah, Hassan is I would consider a little bit more real. I think I
That's
buy into it a little bit
Chank's
more.
nephew, right? Ain't that Chank's nephew?
Yeah, Chank's nephew.
Oh.
But a lot of these.
Or you talking about the one from Britain? I get them mixed up sometimes. The name is sort of similar. Okay, yeah. Because you know the other one is Mehdi Hassan. This Britain. You know the one that he go hard. He be so on fire. He just want to crash and burn. He like blood sport. He's a gladiator.
His name is his channel is his corporation is or business is Teo. But I believe him. I don't believe many people, but I know when it's coming from somewhere that is out of your control. And
right.
no one is programming it in you. You're just mad because it's time to be mad at somebody. You know, like a lot of people don't like Trump is because I told you not to like him. You don't care. But I've just programmed you to just be like, yeah, I can't stand him. He's horrible. Like, what are you?
No, but you don't know enough. You don't know what drives the man. You don't know enough history on it, so you don't understand the reason why you do. Yeah, you've been told to. Yeah, you're right. In a lot of ways, you've been told to.
I know I'm right. You know. I'm 100,000% right. It's fucking obvious that the masses are not thinking for themselves, including myself. I'm being controlled and manipulated, and all type of things are happening. So I'm just as vulnerable to it as anybody else is. I go with the same way.
Psyops, man.
Yeah, but some people do have. I could tell that they really understand. It's real. It's really there, and it's still from their perspective. So it's not saying that it's right.
Right.
But just that I know that they believe it. Yeah. And there's nothing you're gonna do about that. And so Mehdi is one of the ones that and he's very business-like, so you don't really know anything about him, but he presents his show as more commercial. So it's not really he doesn't do I wouldn't consider him really doing podcasts. He has some folks on there who do podcasting stuff that I don't necessarily like because it's just bullshit propaganda from the left. But I think he believes in what he believes in.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like it's yeah. He wants to get into the ring. He want to box. Yeah, he want to get into the ideological
right.
You know, kind of ring and go. Let's go at it. Let's get to the contradictions. Let's get to the major points. I'm a real person. You're a real person. I'm not going to sit up here and sugarcoat you. You're not going to sugarcoat me. I'm not going to do none of that. I don't care about none of that stuff.
Basically, this is what I am. Not changing. So it doesn't matter where I go. Now, the opposite of him is Piers Morgan. So Piers Morgan is a complete opposite. All deception. typical media person going with the wind. He's saying that I'm in England. We're left. I'm left. You're not left. You're lying.
That's he really tricky with it though. He's funny though.
You know why?
But he likes to hide though. He likes to hide.
Because you know why? He knows what a lot of people know. Things are going to shift.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if he
tomorrow.
I don't even know if he thinks that this kind of like this right thing is going to hold outside of the avatar, which is Trump holding it up. Yeah. So he don't know. So that's why he don't want to lean too far into it. He want to still be a little bit of a critique, but still lean there. You know.
The Republican primary proves it. You can't reproduce Donald Trump. When you seen J.D. Vance debate Tim Walz, you knew then that J.D. Vance is a prototypical politician. He's not anything.
It won't hold. It won't hold.
Now, if Trump Jr. runs or if Ivanka runs, that'll be much more interesting. Obviously,
it will be interesting to see. How much that kind of turns over. And I'm pretty sure that's going to happen though. You know that, right? You know one of them going to run. And it may be Junior. It may be because of his name, or I don't know if Ivanka. I don't know if she's gonna do it, bro. Because she's not in the same vein as they are, bro. I don't see her.
She went Michelle Obama on me. She was like, I tasted it and it's disgusting. I'm good.
Because if she runs, it would be. Well, you know what would be weird, bro, is if she ran and then Donald ran too, kind of like opposing her. It would be A sibling, that would be funny. That would be news for your tail. That would be news, and then Donald in the background. I love them both. Trump still wins and all this. It would be crazy. People would eat it up. It would be television again. It would dominate. But I don't see her.
And I'm gonna tell you
What
something.
is she going
Trump,
to run as?
it's
A
gonna take
Republican?
it. Yeah, she runs a Republican probably, but I would say
Yeah,
Trump.
a moderate
Trump.
Republican.
You can't have Trump. It's gonna take us a while as a country to shake it off. I think because people are gonna be so when them generic politicians pop back up again.
Yeah, when they pop back up,
You're
yeah,
gonna remember Trump and
yeah,
Obama. You be like,
yeah. This is crazy. Yep.
this is horrible. You're gonna see a lower turnout, by the way. It's a popularity
Exactly.
contest. It's gonna be a lower
Exactly.
turnout.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you, Paradox, is not necessarily because these things that we've been talking about for a while, like a lot of the stuff, like bipartisan stuff, like I told people, you want to try to make what's that, immigration partisan, but it's bipartisan. And that both 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 parties have real serious issues handling immigration, and they both are complicit. Both.
That's
The
true.
economy, bipartisan, man. You know, not willing to really try to make the adjustment and do the reforms to make it possible. You just keep kicking the can down the road and then blaming whoever's in power for what's going on and what's the problems are going to be, and then you use that to leverage yourself in position to get elected again. And then here we go. We keep going around in this round around the rosy, But that's
Which, by the way,
that's what we call the great dance. That's what we call politics.
well, I think
That's the great
I think
dance.
I think if American culture was more about, I wish the culture was more about politics and not about entertainment. And we were all engaged. Like 75% of the population was engaged, even 50% really. But if you had like 75% of people who were actually engaged, following everything, all the speeches,
Yeah, we
all
have
the
a better
nonsense.
idea what kind of country we
Yeah,
are too,
I
man.
wake up every
Instead of
morning
being just
and I watch
basically weaponized.
it.
Talk.
Because if you get up in the morning, I know everybody's working, of course, but you get up in the morning. People who are working, who have to go out to go to work, I should say. But if you get up in the morning, I mean, how many people are gonna turn on Pam Bondi in the morning?
Right.
Now what you're gonna wait for is Good Morning America or whatever news show to give you a snippet and then tell you what they said. But the Defense Department does speeches every day. I mean, the Energy Department does. I mean, everybody's putting out press releases and and the heads are talking every day, basically, right? I look at the views, I look at the counts when I'm watching the streams and stuff. I'm like, well, it's just not enough. It's just people just not engaged like that in our culture. It's just not a part of our culture in that way. And so that's the they talked about your boy. I want to play some of him so bad because
What we
it's such
talking
a
about?
contrast. Roland did a show. He does his shows every day. But
I rock with Roland. I know you don't like Roland. You don't like Roland because he rocks hard at it.
Well,
But yeah,
I'm in the opposite. I'm in the opposite world so much that it actually bothers me listening to him. You know why? Because he's bending my mind. So it's so funny. It's like the sensation of it. It's so funny because when you go into his world, you're going into
because he's a gladiator too. He's a gladiator too, but he likes to gladiate on home turf though. That's what I don't like about Roland. Roland needs to be going to these spaces and go visit the Pat because they'll let him come there, and get a good lather, in. I mean but I'm saying he needs to be able. He PBD is cordial enough to have him talk where they can talk, and have a discussion and kind of go back and forth. Because I know, but I'm saying they're pretty much kind of like the same, the same person. They're kind of like the same person on opposite sides here. So I think it would be interesting to see them kind of work their juice from because they both working from home field. PBD don't like going to different places, and Roland don't like going to different places.
PBD don't go nowhere.
That's what I'm saying. So he's gonna work from his home court advantage, and then Roller gonna be like, I got my own thing. I mean,
well, no, I think when Roland comes on shows,
Roland Poland.
When he comes on shows, though, he really, again, I'm biased here, but he honestly doesn't really elevate to anything. So unfortunately, his
I
talking points
I
are his
dis
talking points
I
are his
disagree.
talking
I
points.
disagree with that to a degree.
I
I
mean,
understand what you're saying.
maybe on maybe when he was on George Stephanopoulos' show and he's talking, he did pretty okay on that show. He's on
I'm
I
gonna
think
tell
CBS.
you. Well, see,
But
he gets too
it doesn't.
emotional.
He's living in a fantasy world, bro.
Yeah,
He's living in a
he gets
he's living
he gets too
he's
emotional
living in a
too.
black he's living in a black household.
Right,
So if you're in a black
that's a
house
good.
and you only
Let's
live in
see,
that house and you
paradox.
talk to your
That's
uncles
a
and your
good
cousins
thing
all day
though.
long talking shit, bro,
Yeah,
that's what
but
he
that's a
sounds
good
like.
thing.
So it's
That's a
funny.
good thing because
It's
a
funny.
lot of us are living in that delusion. A lot of us are living in that delusion, right? So, but what happens though, because I think what happens with him is that he's trying to make them bend to what they already going to be steadfast on. Instead
It's
of looking
black
at it as
history.
instead of looking at it as just direct opposition, and that's just what it's going to be, like Mehdi Hassan does. Like Mehdi Hassan has the right kind of temperament. He's like, I know we're not gonna agree. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to change your mind. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm going to try to make your points
Well,
look
Manny,
as insignificant. I'm trying to make your points look as insignificant as possible. So anybody that's out here kind of maybe looking at this can make a decision for their own and kind of say, okay, this may maybe be part of the truth and this and that, and they can make a more informed decision about what is going on here. No, Roland is trying to change your mind and make you do certain things. That's where he kind of gets caught up. If he just basically just argued his points of what he truly believe in and leave it at that, he can kind of work off of it because he has the information. He has it. He has the resources, he has the information. He does it 24/7. He's very informed. He knows what he's talking
yeah, but
about. He's a journalist. He's
but the
journalist
problem
on
is
record. You know.
the way he was trained though is that he's following the same blueprint that I consider outdated. He's sort of following the same standard cable news, local news process.
Yeah, he's making some changes. And why am I defending Roland? It's crazy. But I think
Roland
would
had a lady come on his show and say this. She said,
okay.
I get it. I do get it because you can't say it nowhere else. But she was like, she said white people don't have no history anyway. Because she was talking, they was arguing about something about black people. Oh, taking taking down the thing off the website, the Pentagon website for Jackie Robinson. And so of course they're race baiting and spinning it a certain way from a racial perspective. And so she, like I said, like you in the house basically. She said, man, they don't got no history anyway. They're trying to take down Jackie Robinson's history. And so anyway, that was just one thing, right? I thought it's just a funny thing because, like you said, that's what you say at home.
Right.
Stupid to say this.
Just sound crazy.
I got what she said. I got what
and
she
it
said.
But it needs to be checked though. Like, no, that's not. No, it's not true. It's not true.
We live in an environment where if you have the I would say pro blackness or whatever you want to call it, a lot of that dogmatic stuff it's everywhere, and so it's okay to say those things, true or not true, because everybody does it in all the cultures. Everybody does the same shit, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, that's the same thing. That's a left-right dichotomy that they're living in. You know that, like, hard left, hard right kind of talking point.
Right. But what's interesting is that he had this, I forget the brother's name, who is down in Louisiana. And, the black people there don't really vote.
Gary Chambers.
Right.
Gary
They don't
Chambers.
really vote like that. And so Roland was trying to, he made this huge conversation. But like I told you, the way he's doing it, in my personal opinion, is so black negative. The language is very negative. Right? It's like they're not gonna vote. You get what you deserve.
Yeah, it's oppositional.
Out the party, you don't have to. It's all y'all down there, and none of y'all voting. Y'all, I'm just like, what are you doing right now?
But you know how he is. Like,
and then they went to a whole thing about blacks in the South, and blacks in the South don't vote in the southern places, and they get what they deserve.
They don't. Paradox. They don't
like
though. But
1960s or something.
Paradox.
Like, what are you talking
they
about?
They don't vote though.
Oh, the numbers are atrocious. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Okay, Paradox.
The numbers are terrible.
The truth is
rough, bro.
Yeah, but see, this is what happens, right? So you look at some data. We just talked about it. You look at some data, you'll be like, okay, Mississippi, there is a lot of different. There are a lot of different types of black people that are
Yep.
represented in the South. You know this, bro. A
Yeah,
lot
of
of
course.
different type of men.
Everything.
Just because Roland is from the South, don't mean that everybody. He's more like cosmopolitan South than like South South. If you know what I mean. Like
He's
he's
an
not rural. He's not a rural.
he's an
He's not a
immigrant.
rural Southerner. He's not. But I'm saying he.
Isn't he?
Come on, man. Don't do that, bro. Like, don't do that.
He's
Come
not
on.
first generation.
No, he's not first generation, man. That's like on his. I think that's like on his mom's side or something. Like his grandfather, man.
I've been watching too much.
That would be the same as
My
me.
bad.
I mean, come on, man. That's what I'm saying. You can't just one. You just can't go one off because if you're gonna do that, dog, like don't do that with all those people that's on the right that are not even first generation. Their parents are from Europe, bro. Both parents.
Yeah, America.
With accents. So I mean, but come
We're
on.
basically living in Europe, aren't we? Isn't the America basically Europe, bro? At the end of the day, let's stop. We're in Europe, bro.
Well, that's part of the. But hold on. So that's part of the Western. They call it the Western world, but everybody knows that begins and ends with Fat Boy and Little Man. You know.
I'm gonna tell you something though. All of the Americas. You know, Russia is the closest. It's about 2 miles away from Alaska or something like that, right? So you think about it. If you look at all of Europe, including Russia and the Americas, Europe is pretty big, bro. Isn't that funny how they manipulate that though? It's all Europe. This is Europe. I was just reading some history on just trying to kind of go back through the 14 and 1500s.
Are we talking about what's been colonized? What's been colonized, you mean, and made into the settlers?
The language don't matter.
It does matter.
I'm just telling you what it is.
No,
it don't.
It is.
All that word.
It does, but see, that's what I'm saying. See, no, but see, you can look at it from that. You can look at it from your perspective, but I'm saying that does. That's the truth. That's the truth, man. Just because a place has been colonized doesn't mean it hasn't been. But no, I know that is what it is. Of course, these people speak Spanish now. That whole area has been basically yes, but it has. But that's what I'm saying. No, listen what I'm saying though, Paradox. You gotta accept the other side because the grievance is going to be reflective of the treatment. It doesn't matter. It's not like you're gonna automatically make these people white because race is the denotation of the significance of what whiteness did when you basically. Okay.
I just said it was Europe. The color part don't matter. I just said it's Europe.
It does matter because at the end of the day, these places that they inhabited, like when they go to Spain and stuff like that, not Spain, but when these people speak Spanish and they become so-called Latinos and all this type of stuff and all that kind of gets mixed in with people that's European, and then you get all the way from European to being somebody that's dark as me and you. That's confusion, bro. That's confusion because the treatment is different between these classes of people, which then denotes class, which then denotes.
It's always been a thing.
I know, but that's the reason why the language matters, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why the language matters, though, Paradox, because it's politicized, bro.
But if you got people all over the
world, I know that. So, but you can't eliminate that wording, though. You can't eliminate that wording, though. You can't eliminate say, well, we can call it conquest. We can call it supremacy. Okay, then, but they can call it that, and you can't be mad at that. But you can't be mad when they label it that, though, Paradox. Because the point is to call a thing a thing. When you call a thing a thing, then in their eyes, it makes it better for them to counter it. In their eyes.
It's just conquest. It happens.
Okay.
It's not that heavy. You don't think so? Conquest does just happen.
Yeah, it's been happening since man has been able to organize themselves. It's been happening since the so-called dawn of time or whatever you want to call it.
No. I'm gonna tell you what's happening though. When you get told those storylines about colonization, you get told the story how we get told the stories about Christopher Columbus discovered America. You know how you get told all those stories and the words and language you're using. I do understand it obviously, but I'm just saying when you sort of strip it all down, that's what I was talking about. When you strip it all out, take all the emotion out of it, and you just strip it all out, and you don't talk about whether it was somebody else's land, and now you're on this ain't your land, and it's not. As you keep promoting that bullshit, I mean, that's what to me causes actually the confusion. If you set things up and just said what it was, which is it's just conquest. And this is what conquest looks like by definition. Now, everything else that falls below that everything else that falls below that word I just used, that's to me where it gets that's where the confusion actually starts. So that's why I just kept it simple and said all of this is basically just Europe. I don't care how you want to.
Yeah, it will be perfectly fine. Paradox. It would be perfectly fine if basically most people would not actually kind of view America as so-called the place for full-fledged democracy, to where we can have a more honest conversation in that kind of vein of what you're talking about. Because yeah, you're right. If that's what we're talking about, then yeah. And the way to understand it, because that's based in reality.
It's just America. Like they say this. Well, America started on this day, and then a lot of people would speak from just America, like nothing else tied to that.
I got you.
It's just America.
I got you.
You
yeah.
will never hear a person unless I'm watching. And when I watch a lot of British stuff too, and so in the UK world, a lot of the people who speak, historians and people who talk, they talk about it all the time. About we lost, it's always coming that we lost it. Then a lot of Americans tease them, of course, on shows and stuff. But in reality, when you live in this country, you really don't think about it like this. We spend 0% time talking about this being England. You know that we really don't. They refuse. It's almost like it's a weird thing. It's like they refuse to.
Well, I mean, New York used to be called New Amsterdam. I mean,
I know that. What's so funny though is that people. I watch people have conversations back and forth. The English person and American, and it's like, yeah, we beat y'all. But instead of the English person, it's like the way they talk about it. It's just it's a weird way of thinking about it, because. And even though you broke, like it should be more of you broke from England. You are English though. But they have erased. It's almost that part has kind of got erased in conversation and in history. Is that we're English at the end of the day, right? But it's like we're gonna slowly get that language kind of out of here, and we're just gonna establish ourselves consciously as just America. This is such an interesting process when
it
you
denotes
really don't
independence.
Realize that. Yeah, denotes independence. Exactly. Yeah. Boom, you got it. Exactly.
Yeah, the Declaration of Independence, which is basically that's why people don't think the country actually began until they basically became, outside of colonization, their own country.
And then at that point, every conversation henceforth is framed as America. And then when you actually, like you said, as you learn history, if you look at it a certain way, you're like, well. It's not really even about America. It's really about
technically,
England.
It's not like that. Yeah, Louisiana history in the slave ports didn't begin with the purchase of, the Louisiana Purchase. That's ridiculous. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. So those black people, that's why when people be getting confused, like black people been there. Yeah, black people were here, a lot earlier, because we didn't come before 1619. There were already settlers here that had black slaves. I mean, or black workers, or black seamen that came from Spain. Yeah, or no, just people that was basically part of a nation state that may have looked like us that traveled with Spain and Portugal. Because they had people that was from Africa that went to those places.
Right. But when you're trying to sell it, like you said, when you're trying to sell the idea of a nation, you have to remove the nuance out of everything. Because I'm assuming if you don't do that, your nation won't coagulate. It won't organize. It won't come together, right? It won't harden, really, because you're constantly talking about England all the time, and we're part of England, and even though we separate ourselves from them, that's our root. That's who. Now you will hear people know certain.
But not only that,
we establish that conversation.
We have only been friendly. Think about it. We've only been friendly with England for about, I want to say, maybe 80 years to a degree. Yeah. At that time, before then, we was kind of hostile because. Yeah, you had 1776, and don't forget, we had Canada and Britain that basically fought. They fought us openly. There was an open fight. For this landmass to remain, colonial. And
Right.
the War 1812, like I said, they burned down the White House. They never do a movie about that, but that needs to be told. The War of 1812 needs to be studied so you can understand the reason for that whole kind of Americana and selling the dream of manifest destiny. And that made us and think about it. We started to go west after that. Like people here, the 13 colonies expanded, very, very rapidly after the War of 1812 to solidify the borders. Louisiana Purchase, Texas, California, everything else fell into place. So things started to kind of shape up after that. So that's why knowing history is very, very important when you talk about America as a nation. It's very, very important to understand.
And the reason why I say it that way, the reason why I say it the way I say it is because I just, I watch how things shift. You know how you heard about the thing where a lot of people on the left across the world, all the left people are now saying you heard about this where they say, you've probably seen it, where they have to say a speech before they do anything on the big stage, and they apologize to the native people for being on their land, and then they'll start you've heard about that?
Yeah, they do that. They do that a lot.
I think they actually put a law in place in Australia about it. They have to recognize the indigenous people, and I was just like, they're just making up. They didn't making up. You can't go back. And that's what I mean. That's why I was saying the way I've been saying it. By the way.
Yeah,
but you keep hearing
see,
things like you're trying to do something that cannot be undone.
I agree.
So you can
call
paradox,
it, you
can make money off of it. You can because they use it to propagandize to basically turn people anti. Instead of saying this is what it is.
Right. We got a whole party of people that sit there and direct. You got you got people that talk in direct opposition of the government, man. Like the government should fail and they vote. I mean, just think about how crazy that is, bro. Just think about it. Like you got people in direct opposition to this country, believing that this country, either gonna fail or you want it to fail to a degree, and you are, pushing simultaneously and vote.
Yeah, because I don't know if you know that Sam Snyder was on that popular show called Jubilee, and he was going against young. I guess they're supposed to be Republicans, but I'm like, these people are not. They don't have the talking points, right? They're just regular people. I don't know where they found these people at. But it was bad. But anyway, the white girl came on. I think it's kind of trendy. I think Roland Martin played it, and some other people played it on their shows too. Where she was talking to Sam Snyder about America and how America is a European ideology, European, country.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Everybody should assimilate to that.
We're the
dominant culture. It's been
British.
And of course,
British culture. That's why we speak.
Of course, Sam pushed against that because he's a Jewish person. So what's dynamic about it, what makes everything dynamic about America is if America would have made some decisions years ago about who to let in here, who not to let in here, but again, people are changing, like you said, the fight. Because you know what's so funny is that depending on how you get taught information, you would say America is a white nation. It's a European nation, Western nation. Hard stop. The moment you say that stuff, you're racist in current times. And so that ideology has obviously been suppressed.
It's a European nation that was basically built on liberal ideals, though. That's very important, though, Paradox. The document that it was built upon was a document basically based in independence and freedom for all. That's the whole tenet. That's the reason why it's so hard to not have that grievance when they listen, man. I'm telling you because
you cannot turn it into the Bible.
Listen, man. I'm not turning it into the Bible. I'm telling you that people are using that as their particular way of exploring their grievance when they talk about this country in particular. They talk about it and they weaponize the Constitution against the laws and things that is basically passed here. Slavery was legal for a very long time. The reason why it was abolished was most of the reason was because of the document of the Constitution. They used the Constitution to eliminate it.
Yeah, you would hear things like America it was only for white men that own land and property, right? That's how they frame how America was started. Not saying it's not true, of course, but
Yeah,
they
that
start
that is true.
they start there to make the argument or justification of what we are now and how we should operate now based off of that. And I'm like, that thing, we've been forced from that long, I would say a long time ago, and it's always changing. But it seems like it's not really about physical things, in my opinion. Like it doesn't like a lot of the ideologies and stuff now are strange. I mean, my point is that you can't get the land back. So yeah, you can have more of a liberal opening, you can be more free, more independent, but the logic it has to have some logic behind it. But it seems like it just keeps going and going. It's like you're not giving the land back. You have to take that. You got to take it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not take the land back. I'm saying you got to take what happened. And so instead of dealing with the realities of history, I feel like they're trying to somehow offset it some kind of way by being apologetic. It doesn't make any sense. Now people do feed into that. It does drive a narrative.
Yeah.
It does victimize everybody.
Right.
I think it's a
Right.
horrible way of approaching things because you cannot solve that.
But you know, but Paradox,
get over it.
what are we not talking about? See, that's what I'm saying. Like all this would be okay, perfectly fine if we was literally all Americans. Like
No,
really, like
what I'm saying,
we
if you're an
merged into.
immigrant,
That's what I'm saying, man. I get what you're saying, but I want to just talk about the reason, the real issue here is, and I know this goes back to the trope, but I'm not using it as a trope. I'm trying to kind of explain it in a way to where it can make sense to go forward. The racial thing is the thing that kind of clouds this, because when you divide those two experiences and you have these people so divided in the way they experience this country, and it's become solidified, kind of made into this kind of identity and become culture. So now you have people that identify solely through these means. That's the reason why Roland can do what he do. That's why it's real. So Roland would get on there, and then you'll get some sister on there talk crazy. They got a PhD, got a great job in Washington, living on Massachusetts Avenue. You know what I'm saying? Got crazy money, crazy bread. You know how much money? I mean, $1 million. I'm not going to. I mean, just talking crazy like she's being so-called oppressed. When at the end of it, that is first world problems. It is. But like I said, man, it doesn't. And for me and you, people that's like more on the ground, you see it as ridiculous. Of course, yeah, absolutely, don't make sense, But once you try to overlap it, and especially seeing the way that the politics have worked out the last, I guess, 3 cycles of presidencies, the way that people are moved, I don't think some of the stuff that we're talking about is major. I think the cultural tenets of people underlying their major issues when they filter it. So, like the cultural issues of against abortion, states' rights, those basic things that's been there for almost 100 years now. I mean, since the 60s, since the 70s. Once welfare became a thing, and then who became the main cast in the welfare? Who became the main cast of crime in the inner city? Who became the reason that inner city schools are failing? People believe that Black people are the reason why inner city schools fail in cities such as Chicago, large city schools. Here in DC, anywhere, name any major city. These cities are very, very profitable though. They're like cities of industry. People, very educated people, live in these cities. So instead of these people caring about their own city and taking it up and saying, okay, this, I'm living here. This is where I live. This is what I want to do too. I'm gonna try to take care of it. They don't do that. So that's the reason why we fall into this trap of repeating the same thing each political cycle. Does that make sense, or that don't really make sense? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that makes sense. I hear you. That makes sense. I was just thinking, Yeah, I mean, like I said, I know that, like you said, I know that race is being used, but it seems like there's a lot of movements that seem to be really prioritized over race, but they use race as almost a cover to push through things,
Yes.
left and right.
Yes. Yes. It's the energy that pushes the thing forward. You know what I mean?
But if
Like
you really pay,
yeah.
if you really pay close attention, the race thing is I feel like most, not all of it, obviously, but a good, I think a good percentage of it is cover to drive other narratives. Matter of fact, probably the biggest narrative, possibly, maybe I would say if I had to pick on the right, I might would say the military, or maybe even imperialism on some level, and on the left it would probably be feminism, because on the right it seems like they're trying to go into non-European spaces and push their ideology, militarily speaking. You know, the left will bring in the cultural aspects of it, which they use us to do that, unfortunately. But on the right, it almost feels like the military people on the right mainly, which of course gets some support from the left as well, of course. But invading countries, flipping governments, bankrupting countries, putting countries in debt, you know, picking and choosing winners based off where you want to put your markets and stuff to build up certain countries and not other countries.
Yeah.
The military and the CIA apparatuses, play a big role in that. And you could argue that's more on the right. Culturally speaking, you would say it was probably more on the right. Even though obviously the left is just, I would argue is just equally as supportive. It'll still be framed from a rights perspective, I think.
Yeah. And just go down the line. So that goes for police departments, right?
Yeah,
Fire departments,
all of it.
so all of that. There's a thorough layer of a culture. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a thorough way of a culture underpinning what's driving some of these people to do make some of the political choices that they make. Like, you got some people here in this country, right? That politics is about on the so-called left or on the right side. They're not going to vote either way. They're going to vote for whatever their cultural interests are, to a degree.
You know what's so funny, man? Trump becoming president, I would have thought it shows you that people have very busy lives, or they're just not informed, or just not engaged. But you would think that he would prove the point that voting matters, regardless of the redistricting of things, regardless of ways to suppress votes or manipulate or whatever. That you would think that he would show you that voting matters and voting can change things. You're one little vote or whatever, right? Like, you would think that he would be more engaged. I'm a little surprised that we're still living in that time where it's just not there still. It's just shocking to me on some level.
Yeah.
Especially as you get a little bit
very
older.
shocking.
I can understand when you're very young, but it's just like.
Yeah, it's very shocking. Like I said, man, like, think about it. Like what I was saying a couple of weeks ago, some of these places that are like struggling, right? They're not going to vote for the left that may be able to help them with some of their issues that are directly affecting them, strictly because of the cultural aspects of it. That's it. It's cultural. They're not going to do it. They're just not going to vote that.
It's also twofold. A lot of people just don't care, which is fine. A lot of other people have, snippets of information that they're being manipulated by the media, of course, dealing with that as well.
Right.
I just don't know. And I mean, with the internet, you could probably map out that people probably see more news just in short clips. You know what I'm saying?
But no, because it's more the short clips because Joe Rogan is like on hours at a time. Pat Bell David is on for hours at a time. People watch Fox News all day long.
Yeah,
That
but you're
doesn't,
talking, but you're talking about the same people, and you're probably, and I would argue you may be talking about 15 to maybe 30 million,
what do you want?
which is
Hold on for a
10%
second. What do you want to eat?
of roughly 10% of the population,
Huh?
as far as we know.
You don't want Chipotle? No. So why you say I could choose when you don't want that? What do you want? No, I'm listening. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, what was I just saying? But yeah, I don't know if because they say people watch Rogan. Rogan has the biggest numbers
Yeah.
by far.
Yeah.
But if you watch his shows, most of his
And how long?
shows,
But how
most of
long?
his
How long are his shows though? How long are his shows going? Like 2 hours, at least 2 hours, right? At
the
least.
minimum is 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But my point is that watching his shows, me personally, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a right wing per se.
No, I don't think he's right. See, that's what I'm saying. It's deeper than that because I think what happens is that it's just enveloped into the culture. So even when it comes down to MMA,
Yeah,
you
it
know, a
develops in the
tough
culture.
man, you know, it's more of this
Basically,
group.
it's
This is
not
what this
political.
group does.
It's really feminism. So that's what makes it so funny.
Right.
Because the
Right.
pussification of America, basically, the people on the I don't even want to say it's the Democrats. I hate to say they're
It's
just being
not.
used.
That's what I'm saying. That's
These
that is a
organizations.
bipartisan thing, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I wasn't gonna say bipartisan. I was just gonna say
Well, that's
that
what it is.
it runs through the Democrats, but it's people, it's organizations. These organizations and people want to make America, and really Europe is already there, but they want to put America in a place where it can be basically taken over and conquered. You know, I think these people hate
I don't believe that
everything about
paradox.
bruh.
That's what I'm saying. See that I get what you're saying, but what I'm telling you, man,
No, you're not.
these people do not want America to be. Why would they? No, I am getting it.
You're not hearing
I am getting it, but what I'm telling you, no, I'm hearing you, bro. But what I'm telling you is that when people can make money off these okay, that's what I'm saying. So for instance, right, when it come down to it, what I see as that laissez-faire kind of deal, what ends up happening is that somebody that's on that lefty kind of stuff, they end up becoming when things start to hit the fan and they start to get to the real deal, they start to become Bill Maher, and you be like, oh, okay, so now this person is not really, you know, as a lefty, not really as left as we thought he was. That's not really what he was there for. He was there for his own benefit and what he wanted to do. So he had some different kind of cultural.
Has a tremendous amount of influence in Democrats.
I know he do.
Enormous.
I know he does. He's part of the populist. He's part of the populist side of the Democratic Party, which is what we was talking about. Bernie Sanders don't tap into the part that Bill Maher taps into. That's the reason what makes it so interesting, because what he taps into is what you just said. But it starts to look like it's the right side of the talking point. That's what I'm saying. People start to call him conservative because of how his talking points kind of fall at this particular moment. Yeah, and what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, these people don't want America to be taken over. They do not want that. Do they want to be able to do what they want to do? They want to be able to try to, like, make things a little bit more easier for them to maneuver and make money in these kind of ridiculous ways? Absolutely. I think it's more about that. It's more about benefiting from the lack of restriction than it is from. Okay, go ahead. You tell me. Tell me a content creator that you know of. No, don't tell me a content creator. Tell me a person that you think that is basically trying to destroy America. Seriously.
You're not hearing me. I don't think I'm gonna get you to where I'm at though. You're just not thinking what I'm. You're just not. I need to get you to where I'm at.
All right, I'm listening. I'm listening.
If you look at, so obviously I know you know the history of Rome, right?
Yep.
I
and
do.
what Rome and the ebbs and flows of what Rome went through over 2,000 years or so, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Political
Do you rem- do,
polarization.
do, you-
Very similar. Very similar, actually.
do you remember that story that came out once back in the day about South Africa during apartheid, and how the Afrikaan was pretending it wasn't happening, the uprising? You
Oh
ever heard that
yeah.
story?
Yeah.
And then America had to call them up and say, you know what's about to happen to y'all, right? And had to kind of wake them up to revolution is happening. And they were living regular lives, by the way, like nothing was going on. So their awareness was no longer there. And so in Rome is a much better illustration, because obviously it's a very long history, of course, and things kind of ebbed and flowed. With the empire, was divided, unified. One part fall, the other part was around for a little bit longer. So the whole process. You ask yourself, what are these people aware of and what they're not? What's happening around them? And you know what's happening around them, right? So as Rome was in its, you would at this point say its older age at this point, right? At the time, all the things that were going on around what they had controlled, right? And as that pressure was coming, it was just a matter of time before it bursts and gets taken over, right? And in America and in the West, I would say Western Europe is living it now, and they're trying to drag us along with them. They don't know that they're destroying us, what I'm trying to tell you. They're not aware of it. Everything that everybody's doing, they think that they're doing things the right way, the best way. They're trying to, whatever you want to call it. But I think what they're not, you could see that if I told you, let me rephrase it. Let me do it this way even better. If I told you that you were going to be conquered, how would you? What would be important to you, and what would matter at that point?
Hold on. What would be important to me?
Now let me frame it a little bit more though. And you still are aware enough to have weapons and technology to be able to fight. You haven't fallen off like Europe. Europe can be taken, but we'll talk about that in 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know it's happening. You're so caught up in yourself and in your politics and your bureaucracy and your day-to-day and the immigrants and this is going on and that's going on, the budget, the deficits, how are we going to take care of this program? You're doing the day-to-day. And so it appears that's why you always have that. That's why, thank God, America still has a healthy amount of paranoia, even though I think China isn't a problem, or North Korea or Iran or Russia for that matter on some level. Russia would be more of a problem. But I think what's interesting is that there's a part of America that still wants, they truly understand that if men cannot be men, you will be taken. If you
So I get what you're saying.
Remember,
okay, so I was talking more.
Japan and their history.
I get you. I got you. I was talking more intention. But see, I was talking more intention than it was talking about the cycle. If you're talking about the cycle, if you're talking about the cycle, if you're talking about the cycle, then everybody goes through it. Men become salted just based off the comfort of the society that's been built.
Right.
I agree. But the thing about this particular group is that we still have hard rocks in the mix of these softies that will destroy. We have technology that is advanced to the point where if Rome had it at the time, literally half of the population would have probably been eliminated at the time if they had the ability to just blow things up the way that we do now. So it's a different time to a degree.
No. I'm not gonna.
I'm there with you. No. I'm there with you. I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure. that we're not crossing each other up. My deal was that what I'm saying very specifically is that these people are being they're grooves. They're becoming grooves into the system. They're trying to manipulate the system to make money primarily, and to build off the confusion that is the political thought here. But you're right. I mean, if you're talking about feminizing the culture, I mean, and that's kind of tricky with that you want to talk about tricky words. That's a tricky word, but yeah, that
No,
goes
but let me say
in
it
a
this
lot of
way. Let me
different
let me
ways
do it
too.
this way. No,
All right,
no,
go
no, no,
ahead.
no. I got
Go
you
ahead.
100%. Like you said, you know this. I can't say what it should be, right? So this culture, historically, if you look at what's happening in old Europe, we're in New Europe, right? You look at what's happening in old Europe, looking at the empires go through their processes of collapsing and um, re-emerging, et cetera, going back and forth over those 1,000 years or so. If I look at that history and look at America and just look at the world in general, you say, well, what's one of the ways? And I'm only coming from a taken perspective. How can you be taken regardless of your technology? Because I'm gonna tell you why I make a point about that too, because things do change pretty rapidly these days. But in this society, you cannot sell people, and I won't say the left and right does it. It's just in the American culture, and some things you can't control. But the moment you start to not let, if we the less of a roughneck country we become, I put it that way, because America was what you would consider historically, bunch of roughnecks, right? On some level, as the country softens, now technology, unfortunately, does two things, right? You get so advanced that even though you're soft as a people, the technology is hard, right? It'll keep everything hardened. So we have enough technology on some level, I guess you could say, that will allow us to continue to be a softer place.
Yeah, to be very brutal too. Yeah, to
Right.
it comes out in times of extreme, extreme push. So
Right.
if we get pushed to that level, then yeah, it will happen. Like I said, if we get to that level to where it's that extreme where there's a hostile takeover, things are getting taken, things are starting to get took. There's a move globally to see what we talk about a lot of times, because you have a man
Well,
that's been hardened by you have a man that's been hardened, right? For instance, like a Putin. Putin is like old school hard, kind of like he's part of the Cold War type of deal. He came up around a time where that was about let's get busy, let's get to the grind or whatever. But the technology part of it does keep you safe to a degree, but it can still this country, just like Rome, is going to most likely get weakened to the point where we can't govern ourselves properly. So it
well, I
becomes
think,
too weak to govern.
well,
You
well, the
know.
thing is this: people who are actually doing technology in this country is very few. And so it won't take much for your technology to become obsolete. So you never can oversell that part of it. If you lose your scientists for whatever reason, or if people disengage in science and realities on some levels, then your technology will freeze, and then you would just propagandize going forward. Other places around the world will continue to advance, and at some point come and knock at your door and take you. I'm talking about that type of stuff. So just because you have technology now, you have nuclear weapons now, tomorrow some other place can do X, Y, and Z, and you could be just taken. Whatever that could look like. And luckily, our military and a lot of our people in America still has that paranoia to understand that and has the history to understand it. But there's other folks in the country with a lot of power and influence who almost feels like we should just dismantle the military. We should become this open country, and the world should just be free from everything, and it's all good. And it's like that is fantasy. That's what I'm talking about. Like, these people are thinking that the world still is not full of roughnecks. Like, we've evolved some kind of way. So they're trying to like force evolution. It doesn't exist. And force evolution to the point where they're not in reality no more. And I just wonder, does that it's not saying that it deteriorates anything, because at least up until today, when it does come, at least there is some pushback. The whole nation just isn't going and just automatically just falling into that thought process. Thank goodness, at least up until now. But we are still here. We're still very, very soft, and I don't know if it's even natural to be that way. Trying to get men to behave and act a certain way, it's unusual and strange and suspicious, especially for our culture and our history. And I think that would be one of the things that would, I think, make us very vulnerable. I don't know if like people think it's a good idea within your society to like make everything equal or try to make it equal or equitable or whatever, or we want women to do this, we want this people to do this. I say, yeah, it's cute if we lived in the fantasy world. If we was just America and that was the only humans on the planet, and we were all together trying to, make things better. But that's not the That's not the world. That's not reality, and that's not even the planet, because anything could happen and can set the whole world back up, 10,000 years. And so it's almost like you're not realizing that, you have the things you have now, but it can be gone tomorrow. But people are pushing these ideas as if they have something captured, like they have the world captured and under its spell, and that the whole world is thinking, acting, and going in its direction. That is not the case at all. You just happen to live in a time where your ideology is popular, or your military is making it something. So your thinking is making you believe your own shit. And so you're thinking that, the whole world wants to be liberal and Western and open, and the women want to be this, and the men want to be this, and it's kind of like, well, yeah.
Well, most of the world don't have the ability to be as liberal as America does. When we talk about the extreme amount of power
but it's
and devastation
influencing the
that
world. The world is becoming more lax in its ancient policies and beliefs and stuff. Showing women that, using that resource and that female to do other things in the society, or to be more independent, or everybody to be an individual and be more independent. They are pushing it across many, many nations. I just, like you said, I don't even think in our own country it's completely been accepted to some degree. It's just that a lot of folks just being quiet and just tolerating it, because I think that the people who really understand history, I think they really do know that it is a, you could argue like you are playing a little bit of a game here, where if you're looking at it from just a strictly protectionist perspective, you're like, well, man, I mean, I know we could have fun for 30 years or 50 or whatever the time frame you want to put on it, these little short time windows. But you want to make sure your civilization, not just your military, but your civilization, really grasps how serious the world is, and keeping them as strong as possible. So the question is, how do you have a strong man, and how do you have a strong woman, and what does it look like as you go up the economic ladder, as you go up the classes? How does everybody need to be prepared for when things, go haywire? And so I always wonder, if you make everybody, not just like the upper crust, maybe kind of very soft, but if you make everybody in your society very soft, which of course in their minds you can't really say that, right? But that's really what you're doing. And matter of fact, things get so soft to where people are sexually confused, their identities are confused. That is a luxury. That is a pure luxury.
Yeah. Identity roles are confused because of that. Yeah.
And I do wonder, in the next 50 to 100 years, what does that look like? And of course, if you go to war, you get attacked. It'll sort of clean up a lot of that nonsense.
Yeah, it clears it up very quickly too, by the way, because the environment changes. That's an environmental. Yeah, that's an environment thing, bro. Like,
now, my point
the
about
environment
that is
kind of dictates culture a little bit.
Right.
Not a little
America's
bit,
fine, because we're still fighting. We're still in the fight of trying to hold on to a macho, strong man, conquering vibe versus the feminist, vibe, right? But when you shift over to Europe,
but that was because I'm saying that was. But see, the
Uh-huh.
thing is that was done because of the extremity of what the time period was, to exclude that the focus had to be on masculinity to hold your country together. World War II,
You
would have
don't
been a
have
whole
a
different
country without
thing if it
masculinity.
happened. What I'm saying is, I'm saying to build what they built, um, to make it the most, you know, powerful superpower that ever existed in the modern era, I guess, to a degree, as far as what we know and how we understand it. Yeah, I think that is something that was done through holding frame as far as making men, play with guns. I mean, they played with those pop guns and stuff like that. We played with those up until like the 80s, you know, before they started making everything like water guns and Nerf balls and stuff. But you have to remember those
But
pop guns where
I just
they
want to
used to
see.
make the gun noise. They used to
Yeah, right,
pop
right.
pop. You could pop them joints. You
Yeah, you
still
put the
sell
little ribbon.
those?
You put the little ribbon in there, and
Yeah, like almost like a little
blast.
bullet chamber. It had the little thing on that man, like a little black cat in there. You just flip it, pow, pow, pow. Yeah, like
But I
people
think,
playing
but
with
I think
BB guns.
that, but I think that Russia could probably conquer Western Europe. I just don't. I just don't think.
Without
I just don't.
without
I just
NATO,
don't.
oh, absolutely.
I don't. I
Yeah,
don't think. I don't think. I think Europe has been so comfortable.
yeah, that's
And like
easy
you
work.
said, and when you get comfortable, I think you do tend to probably focus more on the population, the everyday people, just lifestyle, and
Yeah,
you want to tweak
yeah.
it and match it.
Policies like that become,
Yeah.
you start to kind of you start to look to improve your condition. I guess
No,
that's the way
no,
it
no,
look.
no,
That's
no, no,
why
no, no. What you start doing is saying we don't need guns no more. We don't need the military no more. We don't need borders no more. Is what it
see,
turns
that's
into.
that's what I'm saying. I haven't heard. Well, I have heard
Man,
where
you haven't
military
heard
needs to
it.
be this. Oh, no, no, no. Hold on.
Don't
I'm
do
gonna
that.
be. I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be as real as I can on this. I have heard people say guns are not needed anymore. Police departments are not needed. I haven't heard the same for just eliminating the military altogether. I've heard defunding, not defunding, or try to limit the military's reach, as far as colonial and trying to
No,
like,
I
take
think
funding out from the
people.
military.
I think
Come on.
things. I think, like you said, I think things wear down people. Probably. I think that individual people and groups over time, based off how they understand the history, the way they want to interpret it, I think that they get to the point where they want to give up. They want to let it all go. They're just not going to say that. They're just not going to straight up just start to talk about. But just watch. If you just watch the behaviors and some of the stuff, you're thinking to yourself like, well, so I don't think y'all want a country. You don't want any of this stuff. You want things to be. You want either chaos, disruption, destruction, whatever it is. But you definitely do not want order. You do not want to believe in borders. You don't want to have. You know.
Well, they
You're
don't know
trying.
what it.
My point is this.
They don't know what's
There's
needed to
people.
maintain it. Come on.
I'm gonna tell you what I mean. They're trying to leverage native people and this land being taken to destroy this country. They've been doing that for a long time. It grows over
Thank
time, and more people are saying, "Well, I mean, why are we even here?" I mean, that virus can just take over a place. And luckily we live in a place where they can kind of try to tamp it down at times. But I think the more and more you make people very victimized, and I think it does start to start to wear on people, infect people, you know. And they start saying we don't need it. Remember they were trying to get rid of all the nuclear weapons. Remember that back in the day? Peace on earth. You don't remember all that? You don't remember all that
Oh,
language?
absolutely.
You remember all that stuff?
Yes. Yeah, that's our
See,
generation.
what we talking about
Absolutely.
right now? Right, that's what I'm
We are the
saying. We're
world.
living.
We are the children. Let's make the world a better place. Yeah, for you and me, absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree.
America, in a lot of ways, really even stopped a lot of people who come to our country to assimilate. Because they don't assimilate, you can cause more division. You can cause things to
I
be more
agree.
disruptive. You can break things up that way.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why
Trying to have a
USA.
hive
But
mind is
see,
to protect
but see,
the
but see,
colony.
that's the reason why USA ID is almost like it's a propaganda tool to keep the good feelings of America kind of. And while we do still do the colonization and the military, exploration of different locations and territories, you can still be kind of like built into that. Hold on for a second.
Hey, go ahead. You go ahead and talk, bro. I'll listen.
Oh, hell, you lost my train. You was the one just talking. I'm trying to pick up off what you just talking. What were you just saying? Do you remember?
We were talking about how the peace force is used too. So,
Yeah. But no, I do wonder about that. I'm not saying. I mean, it's hard to see obviously the future and to see everything, but it does. I do wonder if you continue to make the society as you soften up even the poorest person, if you get them to that point to where you don't have any more aggression, maybe you pretty much neutered everybody um, over time. It just shows itself everywhere. Football is too dangerous as a simple. It's such a simple thing, but can you take a point like that, right? A data point like that, and look at sports and say, well, moms don't want to see X. Or I remember, I think Obama had said, I wouldn't let my child play football. Like they was trying to drive. I'm like, they was trying to. It's like they're trying to drive this idea that toughness is bad. Now you want your now. I will agree with you that all people, as far as we know, that has any kind of influence, it appears that for the most part they want us to have a strong military. I'm not even sure if that's true, but as much as I've listened to these guys and read these articles and stuff a lot, I'm not 100% convinced. Um, I remember when Kamala said, what did she say a few times? She says, I want us to have the most lethal military. And that word lethal turned off a lot of people on the left, confused folks on the right. They're like, oh wow, she just can't believe she just said that. So I do know that um, people in our society um, definitely probably want the military to be dismantled. I would not be surprised. And I don't even. And I try not to make it political, but when you look at some of the philosophy that kind of come through our system, it does make you think that somebody's idea of evolving, I guess, what they consider evolving as a civilization, maybe, is that things like football shouldn't exist. And then me and you would have to sit back and try to understand, what does that mean? Is it the game? The games are we need to condition people's minds on a whole that violence is bad. Anything that's violent, anything that shows violence, any kind of bullying. Uh, and then growing up, you would think that naturally, like, yeah, man, I would love to have never gotten bullied. I would have loved to never have gotten into a fight. I would have loved to be so bubble wrapped that no one hurts my feelings. Now, again, if a certain 1% of the upper class is so rich and so wealthy and everybody's so spoiled, that's fine, right? It's 1%. It's maybe the super rich or something. But when you're trying to go into every environment in our culture and try to tell people, and I would almost want to argue on some level, I mean, it's our culture in America, but we're, like I said, to try to turn us into, I mean, you could even argue almost, we look at some maybe even some Asian cultures might be a good example of it, where they turn individual people and make them very soft. Now, they still may have a strong army, a strong military, they may still have technology, but the everyday person, and it could be more of that. I could be confusing it too. It could be more of, I want my
yeah, it's
population to be as feminine as
right,
possible, but we will
right.
provide protection. I don't believe
I
that,
was I was just
but
about what
I'm open to that though. I don't believe it, but I'm
I
open
I
to it.
would I would I would say that it's been studied, and I think that if you have most of your population that's sort of like
weaponized like that, you kind of ask for a revolution to a degree. Constant. When these grievances do get out of control, you can kind of get a group of people that would, organize and politicize themselves to a group to a point where there will be constant uprisings, violent uprisings, which makes it very difficult to kind of govern those people. So you want to try to strike a balance of what we're talking about, because like I say, going too far um to kind of like, I guess, try to make manhood seem like this kind of natural, when there's natural a lot of things that happen with us: fighting, playing football, going, scratching yourself, just kind of going through your explorational phase as a young male, a young boy.
Well, I want to
It's
say
natural, it's
specific,
normal, you know.
but I always want to say specifically American culture,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
other cultures
specifically
show
our culture.
masculinity and feminism in all
It's
types
in
of
different
ways, and
ways.
history
Yeah,
has
it's
a
different
whole
ways, but
lot to do with
it's still
that.
similar because it's still being expressed. Like whether you
No,
are in
America is
a,
trying to say rugged individual,
I got
strong,
you.
be strong,
I
traditional,
I
right?
understand. Yeah, I
In the
understand.
context of our culture, what that means.
I understand.
Because like you said, we're not Japan. We didn't go through that 5,000 years of all the things that
No.
they went through in that little island, right?
Right.
So I can't, I won't try to measure us too much against that, because they have their own versions of whatever their realities are. But
Right.
as far as me and you being alive and us living right now and looking at our past, when I
Right.
when I say what I'm saying, we know what that means for us.
Yeah, and I mean, sports have been, I mean, almost like you can look at it as almost like a dojo to a degree, to kind of like make make aggression kind of organized here in the
That's
States,
how it should be, like the
to
military.
where it still gets
But they
out,
don't
but it's
want
still
aggression.
kind of, it's
They don't want
still,
aggression. They want to destroy
I
aggression.
that's the point. Like when they start to kind of like talk about, but you got to talk about the risk. There's risk in life. There's what, so if boys are not allowed to do these things, what where does the energy goes? And then that goes into where things get kind of deformed into these spaces where it gets expressed, but it gets expressed in a violent way, in an outburst.
Right.
You'll
Exactly.
get somebody that's a gun shooting, killing a young girl because she wouldn't talk to you because you're deemed to be not attractive enough, or this kind of, they have this thing that's on Netflix right now, and it's sort of like about uh little boys and stuff like that are not accepted or popular in school, and then all of a sudden, they get weaponized or whatnot, shit like that. But
That's a good
anyway,
example of it, by the way.
yeah,
That is a good
yeah.
example of a
I
lot
think
of
it's
boys.
called Adolescence, man. I was trying to watch a little bit of it, but it was kind of crazy, But yeah, but it's real though. It's a realistic kind of examination of what you're talking about, because it's specifically designed to where people are kind of getting into this PC culture, and these particular boys or
Telling
young men
men,
are not
telling
able to
telling
express
men.
themselves properly. You know.
Let's put it this way though. Okay, so telling people, because remember, when I say masculine, it could be male and female. By the way, I'm gonna make a point about that in a second with one of the I'm gonna throw you a bone on one of these things. But anyway, so you look at America, right? Now, on some level, I would ask you, uh, I would want my women to be a certain way, and then the men to be a certain way, right?
Yeah.
So like, but that's too black and white. Depending on economics, how you got here, when you came here, you may come from a culture where women are workers, they're laborers, right? And because they worked in the cotton fields as slaves, or they worked, in the chicken factories, or they was working in the potato field, whatever they are, they just hard. You talk about hardy people, hardy women.
Yeah, they're hard.
They were like hardier,
Yeah, yeah,
hardier people, right?
yeah.
Now,
Like Irish white women be in the
right,
pubs like the
yeah, just
like the
like
men
the
do.
husbands, yeah,
Yeah,
drunk, fighting, right? So
yeah,
we know
drunk,
that
fighting. Yeah,
right.
cussing,
We know
spitting.
it's some complexity to it, because when you map out a society on a pyramid, you may have women and men at certain levels on the pyramid where they may be a lot softer. So the man may be controlling a particular industry, and he might be comfortable, but because of the culture, he still has to fight or know how to fight or learn how to fight, right? And the woman might have to learn how to be more feminine because the culture is asking for that, depending on what tier you're on. And so when you get to the bottom tier, the big the big spread, people who are basically doing all the labor, obviously those dynamics is going to be a little bit more murky, right? Depending on the situation. So you may have some
Yeah.
softness to you, but you also have some hardness to you because you are picking potatoes every day your whole life, or you're churning milk all day, or whatever you're doing, right? Pick some hard thing that you have to do wherever you were, right? It could be cutting bricks, it could be cutting whatever they got you doing, depending on your level. But anyway, the culture will produce itself. It was formed from that, right? And then in other societies, it might be more universal, where everyone operates very similar, right? Because of maybe religion or whatever. And I guess you can even argue that the religious influence will also kind of hold some of that together, depending on no matter what level you're at. But
say what now? Go ahead.
But no. I was just wondering, are you able to keep going in this direction? Because it almost seems like in America, as an individual, every time you would say something from a male perspective, like you said, the PC culture, once it showed up, they basically said you're constantly being told what you can't do as a grown up, as an adult, as an individual. And I would say maybe on some point when you have like the FCC, you have regulations, you can't curse on TV or you can't curse on the radio or whatever, so you're gonna bend to some things, of course, right? Because the system as a whole, you're trying to sell things, trying to do business, your marketing, etc. So a lot of people who are talking are bound by a lot of things, but you still want to feel like at least you're in control. You want to feel like you can say mostly of what you want. You can have an opinion about whatever. You can ask questions about whatever and not be just shut down, basically.
Right.
Because what happens is it tends to bleed out. Is the problem.
Yeah, it's gonna force out in some kind of weird, restrictive way.
You got women who saying I can't say stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it follows itself all over the place depending on your dynamic. You know what I'm saying? So you have a female comedian who used to talk this way and can't say certain things, but can say other things.
Yeah.
And like you said, you don't know. Like you said, you never really know. I always try to figure out most of the things that I just said. They're less important until the entire society shifts. And you're saying, well, is a society more vulnerable to be invaded? Is it more vulnerable to being conquered? Now I remember being a child being told that Rome fell because of homosexuality. Now that's probably religious propaganda that I was getting in at church.
But that's the reason why they're going to that extent is because they see this. They're going to the extreme level of what you just. They're going to the extreme level of what you just recognized, right? Like there were some things that they got too comfortable with trusting the system to kind of be able to govern the people in a proper way. And people just once you get to that level, some of the people that do become soft and they deal with different things that are distractions. Yeah.
Well,
you can make that point. Doesn't mean that's not the only reason why Rome fell. That's ridiculous. That's crazy.
No, that is not the reason. Period.
Yeah. I mean, people are going to use that because they're going to say.
Is what I'm talking
They're going to say they got soft. Yeah, they got soft.
That's what they should have said. They got too comfortable.
If you follow the track of what people are trying to say, feminism.
Yeah, but it's other things too. It's not just that.
But that's what I mean. Like if you say soft, men are becoming too soft. They're too milly-molly. Get in the gym, work out, do different things. Express yourself. You're a man. Don't be feminized.
Right. The reason why you have such a movement on the right is because a lot of men just could not bend the knee to the extreme levels of feminism. They just could not
Yes, the
debate it.
extreme levels.
And you know what's
Yeah,
so
I
funny?
agree.
I don't think I've heard the word feminism on TV in years. By the way,
Yeah,
I just thought about that.
but
You don't hear that
not
word
unless
anymore.
not unless it's coming out of somebody that's a woman's mouth that's trying to make a larger point. Yeah, but talking about it in a bad way, nah, not so much.
Yeah, it's
Not
in the
so
same
much.
category as race at this point, where there's certain things you can't say. But I do wonder psychologically what kind of impact does it have on a society, and does it put people in vulnerable positions to be taken advantage of, and does that loss? Because like if I
Well,
told
see the thing, but paradox. This is the thing though. Paradox. This is the thing.
uh
So who's the most feminist? Which woman would be considered by race the most feminist woman here in this country?
I don't know. Oprah, I don't know.
You know that would be
Oprah.
the black woman, man. The black woman. If you was to go through the main casting of all the undesirable things that the right dislike, there's a black person that's showing in front of that DEI black person.
There's
Whatever
nobody.
you want to put into that.
There's no black woman in
That's what I'm
Australia,
saying.
bro, or Germany, or
That's,
what
yeah,
are you
but
talking
I'm
about? Or
I'm saying
Canada,
I'm
or
I'm
fucking
talking about
Venezuela, or Brazil.
no, that's
What?
what I'm
Huh?
saying. That's what I'm saying. As an avatar for feminist movements and things of that nature, the reason why things are weakening,
All the
there
cultures come.
are
It
they
all comes
are
out of Europe,
paying
though. It's all
attention to
Europe.
those pop bro. You
That's
you
all
could
Europe.
even make a thorough line between these groups, man. These places, Australia don't have Australia don't have indigenous or so-called black people there that are using these talking points and speaking the same kind of rhetoric that black women here speak.
Nah,
In Europe, they have the
it's all,
same thing. They have
it's all.
Africans there, African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants that basically have swallowed the black woman's trope here, and they are still representing that, dude, bro.
Nah,
I'm
I'm
not
just
saying
saying
I'm not saying it's a
it's
real
coming out
thing.
of Europe.
I'm not.
It's coming. It's coming. It's a European thing that they've been doing for hundreds of years, and I just leave it there. All the nuances is fine, but I'm just saying that the
Okay.
thought process and the thought process and ideology Europe has been pushing that behavior for a long time, and it's here, it's everywhere, it's infecting everything.
I
And
was
so
I
yeah,
was speaking more to the time and the way it's weaponized now. But yeah, you're right. If we're talking about from the feminist thought period, yeah, that's been a long time coming. I
no,
mean,
that's all I'm saying.
you can go back to the Salem, witch trials, and that
Yeah,
was
it's
a
all
form of
yeah,
feminism.
all
It's the same thing, and that didn't have anything to do with black people. So no, I'll concede the point on that. Yeah, that's true.
well.
But what I'm saying
To be
now
honest,
though is,
to be
is
honest
how
with
it's
you,
kind of crowded out.
in my opinion, most of this stuff, if not all of it, don't really got too much to do with black folks outside of us just doing what we're told to do. So I don't really. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't really matter to me with that. We're not in control. We're not moving anything. You're under control, being used. Whoever you are, whatever group you might be,
Well, that's my
you get used however you
overarching.
use. Yeah.
Well, that's my overarching point is that yeah, we're being used.
But the
We're
power
being
players,
used for the message.
the power players in the world, like I said, I prefer to focus on them and less on the.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. Then yeah, well, there's no disagreement then. Right
yeah,
there, yeah, absolutely.
because like you said, that's where the confusion truly will kick in when you start thinking you're doing something.
Yeah.
And so when I hear some of those words, it's just like, yeah, I guess whatever that means. But I mean, that's just
No,
not reality.
it's no, no, no. It's a talking point that's being used, and people pay attention to main casting more so than what the truth of it is. So yeah, you're right. The feminism and the male discussion points is not that's not a new discussion. That's something that's been
Right.
going on for at least 700 to 800 years, going back to the Gilded period. We're talking about years and years into European history. If
Well,
you want to be
people,
really frank.
people in Europe and the Americas both all their philosophies of having the world a certain way, and this is the thing: individual groups of people who adopt their philosophy They just adopted their philosophy. It's not even theirs to even their cultures don't
But
even
not
do
but
it.
not only that, you adapting a philosophy from the standpoint of being in your positioning in their system. So that even has its own tenets built into it too. So
What's the girl?
that's part of it too.
The
You
little
know.
white girl, whatever her name is, who's the environmentalist person that they promote, or the little Arab girl who her parents were bombed or something, and they use her all the time because she spoke or something. It's all the same. I don't care if
Right.
it's black, Asian, Indian. That doesn't mean shit to me, honestly. I know that's just black hubris shit when you said it. I get it. Not you, but I'm just saying I know what we do.
No,
We're very isolated in our thought processes, unfortunately. Good and for good reason and for bad, but it's less important to me because I see the movements globally, and so I know who's pushing it and where it's coming from, who's funding it. And unless you have trillions of dollars, which I know none of us have, it's nothing to even talk
Right.
about, to be totally honest with you. It's just so insignificant on so many levels. It's hysterical to me. 9 billion people on the planet. You're less than one half of 1%. And so, you're used as propaganda, obviously, no doubt about it, globally. But
Right.
you're just propaganda. You can be put to the side like everything else at the end of the day.
Yeah,
So
you can be
that's like I said,
silenced, basically. Just silence. Like you
but
can talk, but
but
you're
I
not gonna
know,
get in the audience.
but I know that it's so important to people to feel important that I know that individual people, when you add hubris to it and arrogance, then I can't talk to you. It doesn't really matter. I understand it. I get it clearly. But anyway, not to get sidetracked too much on that. It's just interesting that so the bone I was gonna throw you was 1492. No, not 1492. Probably 1546, maybe somewhere around that time frame. You know what happened. You know what happened. So you have Spain and Portugal. They go through their little wars and stuff, their little fights or whatever, right? Anyway,
Right.
as you know, the Ottomans. What are the Ottomans? One of the things that triggers some things that domino, right? So the Ottoman Empire decided, I think, I forget the exact year time frame. They decided to raise taxes, high taxes on the Silk Road, right? As you know.
Yeah.
And it changed some behaviors, and it sort of forced, particularly Spain, but Spain and Portugal or whatever, kind of forced them to kind of move a little bit differently. They're seafaring people, right? They moved a little bit different coming off the Moorish Empire, but they decide to obviously move a little bit differently and start to go down to go circumvent around India. Around Africa and etc. And of course, the whole history with India, blah blah blah, trying to go over there and do some work or whatever, to get spices and stuff and just trade or whatever, right? And so, but you look at the Ottoman Empire and how the Ottoman Empire's impact on that behavior, that if the Ottoman Empire doesn't do certain things, then some of those other events may happen later, obviously. But anyway, my point is that, so, you have the Pope in Rome, right? Still has influence, etc. Still has, still releases edicts out to the Catholics and stuff. But of course, certain countries, say like France or England, doesn't have to listen to the Roman. What's the guy's name? Not the priest, but the Pope. But anyway, and you help me with the history here, by the way. I'm just kind of just trying to keep it as simple as I can. So you would say so Spain and Portugal go to the Americas, blah blah blah. The history goes, right, and then the French and British realize obviously they're going to get conquered. You know that, right? They're going to get conquered. Period. Again, this is from my perspective. They're going to get conquered. Now they're going to have to respond to what they're doing, right? Because they're obviously making money now. They're developing things. Things are happening. They're able to, also still, they're still able to go to India and do other things as well. And things are changing in history as well, right? But what person decided to send someone to America in England? You still there? Hello? Did you drop off or did I drop off? Oh, you put me on mute.
No, I'm still here. I'm just on mute real quick.
Oh, my bad.
I
I thought the phone may have dropped on you. So as you know, right, and you talked about it in the past. I was just reading some stuff earlier last week, and it just made me think about what you were saying. We did this maybe like 7, 8 years ago on a stream. We were talking about some of the history. That it was the Queen of England, right, who sent the first explorer, to the Americas, and many more after that. And so then you sit there and ponder to yourself, would you consider if you could reframe that time, and you would have a Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth I, and I'm thinking, like, what does it mean to be a woman at that point in time? You know how we have our whole ideology around what women are in America. And the argument from a feminist perspective has always been, how when you was growing up and say, well, if women was in charge, we wouldn't be no war. Remember all that stupid nonsense, trash talk.
Yeah, that's not true.
And then I was just thinking to myself, like, man, I was thinking about what you had said. You said this years ago, though, but I was like, it was the Queen of England. I know, of course, she has councils are going to be men and obviously whatever, right? That type of stuff. But it's the Queen of England, right? If you just look at her writings, what they said about her, her doing what she had to do based on what was going on in Spain and Portugal and other places, and it's like, well, how was she operating? Like, how would you frame her, DC? Is she just a part of the society at the time? So she's just operating as you should operate as that position?
No,
and you wouldn't necessarily use words like gender, because that language is a new thing in today's time.
Yeah, royalty held more royalty and class at that particular point held more distinction than gender specific role. Yeah, so her being a woman wasn't necessarily looked upon as anything different than her status as a queen and royalty.
But my point is that it's funny how people are picking and choosing positions, and that's how you know they're taking positions. They're not really, I don't think they really understand how this all works in a sense. So you're just a part. You want to take a position within the environment, many layers into the environment.
Right.
Because I would always think to myself, well, America doesn't exist if Queen Elizabeth I doesn't do what she does. It's just interesting when you think about it, right?
That's right.
Colonizing, basically just conquest. She's a conqueror.
You said it earlier, conquest, and she did it the best too. Yeah, the islands and all that,
and
the Virgin Islands, and Barbados, Jamaica, all of that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And you can't. And you know what's so funny is that I wish we had some of that still, just so people will have a better. I think it'll orient things betterly. It wouldn't be about gender. Power is power. Doesn't matter.
Power is power, but it gets defined. It gets defined in different ways depending on your time period. But yes,
depending on your time period.
Power is power. The time period that we're in is what it's going to be defined.
What I'm saying is that if you're a peasant, if you're a female peasant in England, she don't give a fuck about that. That's my point, right? Then, she's a queen, so we should be good, right? Because we're women now. We don't that doesn't mean that shit don't mean anything.
The thing is, there were no men more powerful than her. Yeah, no men more. There were no men in all of England that was more powerful than her. Period. By gender only.
Like you say, it's almost as if on some level people understood their roles and the complexity of roles in certain environments, right? Your positioning and your role and gender will play a role in it in various ways, but it won't necessarily be the driving force in a sense. Because when you have to manage a society, Hillary Clinton is a good example of that, and she wants to go and kill Gaddafi. How do we define it? How's it defined? And if we go to what's the queen that died in England and what she did in Africa in her 100 years of living, how do we define that? How is that defined? And her influence and impact. Was she
Oh,
benevolent?
yeah, she's her impact is
and her
very.
and her and her
Oh
mother
man, yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
and her
I mean,
grandmother
they
actually both.
still
We
they
talking about
still
the
trace it,
1850s and 40s.
but they still sort of trace it through the father's line, because if the king is still living or if he has any male heirs, they would automatically
Right.
become king over the queen, of course.
But
You
she
know,
knew the rules. Is my point. She knew the
yeah,
rules.
yeah,
Because pressure. I think about the Middle East. I look at how some of the Middle Eastern countries are saying, "Fine, we're going to bend, right? We're going to at least create a perception to be able to do business and economics." To where I was listening to the Prince. I forget which Prince it was in I want to say Saudi Arabia, if I'm not mistaken. And watching him he's being interviewed by somebody in America or England somewhere. They went to go visit him and to watch how they were discussing how to behave. I think they had a big event. I don't know if it was golf or something big event coming up, and they was trying to make an argument. They was trying to mess with him a little bit and say, well, how are you able to have these events and um, you know, you guys' philosophy here is against what the West believes. He said, no, no, that's not true. Women can do this now, women can do that. Women are allowed to go to the games and watch the games by themselves, and they don't need an escort. And he kind of went through the whole thing. And I wonder sometimes, I think to myself, is it the money? Is it the military pressure? Is it negotiations? Is it we want to be more accepted in the world as far as the current perception goes? Because I always wonder what's bending the Middle East on some level. As their traditions, trying to keep some traditions, but recognize that um, they should have their people should have some movement. And is it a pressure coming from the West, the CIA and other organizations, NGOs, and things of that nature coming in there and saying, "Look, we will overthrow your kingdom if you don't bend to some of our Western ideology."
I think it's
Right?
that part.
Now,
It's
now,
that
now,
part.
listen, now listen to what I just said. I'm not. This is not. I'm talking about
Yeah,
men telling other men this. Listen to what I'm
yeah,
saying, right?
absolutely. I mean,
So
what
when
was
I make
Dixon stopping hours about?
right,
I mean, they saw it real time. I mean,
right,
we lived through that.
and so as and like you said, right, and so people are being put in roles to present things to these other nations that they're trying to, what they will consider evolving. So it's very interesting that watching that approach, watching that process, putting pressure on even Afghanistan and other places, saying, "Look, you guys are living backwards. You know, you need to, get on board." You know, it's very interesting watching different nations around the world having to bend and twist to the whims of the Western powers, and what we tolerate, what we don't tolerate, and economics will be sort of the you know, military obviously, but the economics to play a major role into shaping and bending those thoughts and getting different societies to behave a certain way. But like I said, it's interesting that a lot of we have a lot of agents around the world pushing groups to push their governments to become more liberal, to become more fair, to become more open, etc. What do you think? Because when you go to places like China, which is a very what and historically we would consider a very harsh place, and they did have a lot of poverty for a time, but now they got maybe 300 or 400 million people who are not in poverty using Western systems. What does that really show? You know, the world. Is it better to have this type of system in place, even though there could be some danger to it because possibly it may make your society a much softer society. Maybe make it your society more of a confused society if they get more freedom the way we have it. I mean, I almost feel like we're just a big giant experiment for the whole world, by the way, and the whole world's watching how we behave, and then they sort of take the good parts from that and and implement it into their systems.
It's very hard to govern the system the way we have it. It's very difficult. That's why we have so many police departments. It's very difficult to kind of keep everybody in line here to kind of, you know, keep everything in check.
Well, if you're always bringing in people from around the world in the millions, and you're creating a lot of friction, it's probably why we need as much law enforcement as we need. I do wonder about that, though. Why do you need? Why do in a supposedly free and open society? Why do you need so much law enforcement? Why are people so violent? It's like you should be violent from again from a Western's perspective and how we've been propagandized to. You should be more violent in places that don't have much violence at all. You would think those places would be a lot more. They may be vulnerable, obviously, to revolution at some point, but on an everyday level, they behave. There's very low crime. Does a free society just naturally produce high crime, even though you don't necessarily see that in other in some Western in a few Western countries you may not see that violence? Is it the mixing of people, of having lots of immigrants and lots of people who are not a part of your group, but they live near you or they live around you or they try to mix in with you? I don't know if that's what it is, and I don't, or is it just American history more than anything with culture? It's just how this is such a fresh country. I mean, 2,000, 3,000 years from now, these worlds obviously won't be the same, but may not be. They're not going to be so close. I mean, when did we take this country? When was the last place? Was it Hawaii or Alaska? And we're trying to take other places like Greenland
Either
now.
Hawaii or the American Samoan
Right.
Islands, you know,
That was like
one of the two.
19 something. So I mean,
1950,
right.
1960, yeah,
So I mean,
recently.
like yeah, a lot of things literally are. I would almost say on some level probably have just what we would argue maybe solidified at least for the moment. And so it's very fresh. A lot of people come to our country, and people also kind of have general conversations as if, like when you compare us to India, or you compare us to maybe like somebody would compare us like to the Jewish. I said the Jews been doing this thing for 5,000 years. You can't compare the shit. Or China or India or just these other nations. They may have been fractions historically and had their own clans and their own tribes and kingdoms. Obviously historically, but they still have something that has connected them for thousands of years. And I said, well, these places on the west have just settled. It hasn't even had the time and to mature. You need
It
another
hasn't even
thousand
been
years
200
to
years for
mature
most of these.
to try to understand what this is.
It hasn't even been 200 years for most of these places. We're talking about in the 1800s, bro. Like, yeah,
Now,
1850
while
years,
we have extreme violence, though, I still can't. I can understand.
identity. That's an identity thing.
So
Treatment and identity.
the Arab dude. I think he was Arab. He was in Australia, and he had live streamed, I think, killing a bunch of folks at a church, a mosque. So I don't know where he was at. And he killed like 50, 60 people or whatever it was. I don't know what that is. And a lot of violence that happens in America, again, I never, like I tell you all the time, I can never distinguish between uh, things that were staged violence versus just automatic. Like I told you, I still can't. This place is so nefarious. I still can't, distinguish between the two. And what I mean is that not like a crazy conspiracy, but just how the culture structured. Does it produce serial killers or produce kids that's going to shoot a school up, or does it produce? You remember the guy in Vegas with all the guns and somehow got into the room? He went and got a room. He was bringing all the, I mean, just pallets of guns, basically. The thing where you put your bags at. What do they call the thing where you carry your bags on? Um, he
Yeah,
had all those
I mean,
guns, and then he shoots up the Vegas event. I'm like, well, was he set up? to move that way, or was this some other thing, some other thing that's going on that I don't understand? Because it seems so. You like I put it this way: the poorest person in the country should be committing the violence, but they're not. Like you would think the people who are in the most poverty would be out here will be going into middle class neighborhoods and millionaire neighborhoods and billionaire neighborhoods and just going crazy on everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, why isn't that happening? But that's not really happening. It's like, oh, what's the kid name who shot the healthcare dude in the back of the head from an upper middle class family? I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, college educated and everything. Yeah, I forgot his
No,
name
I'm just
though.
saying. I don't. It just seems like this country is such a weird place because like it manifests violence through all type of ways, but the people who you would think should be the most violent, and I don't mean violent by like hurting each other or fighting each other at a bar in a little little juke joint somewhere in some little town, but I mean organizing and saying, if you can't have it, we can't have it. You know what I mean? You really don't really see that. So I always wonder, is violence this energy that's trying to get through people, get through, you know what I mean? Like almost like it's a virus almost. And you know what I'm saying? Because like me, you would say, why would you want to kill your brother or hurt your brother?
But
Like what is that? How do
but
you
you know,
define?
you see,
How do you try to understand that?
that goes back to what I said earlier. There was a thing that did happen here in this country that was unique to what you're saying, where people that shared a grievance of being poor, no matter what their identity or race was, but they had that particular class distinction and they wanted better, and they said, you know what, it ain't us, it's them people that's doing us this way. That was the Bacon's Rebellion. And you see how that was dealt with. You see what came out of that. The Bacon's Rebellion is that. That's what happened. And then there was another one that happened in New York when it was still New Amsterdam, where black people kind of revolted against them. And then they had it was a smaller, they called it a riot more so than a rebellion, but it was very similar. It was the same similar kind of deal. And once we came out of those particular things became more identity based. In my opinion, more so than class. That's the reason why class argument gets confused sometimes because people are looking at treatment of people based off race more so than class.
It's not. It wouldn't be race. It wouldn't be class race together.
It is class race together. But what I'm
Oh,
saying is the way that it holds frame in this way to where people can share the same grievance, right? You have black people that stay in the same communities as these other folks, but they think that they're separate as far as their grievances, as far as the government is concerned, but they have the same issues. They get in the same, you know,
well, you don't think
shoes.
but you're saying people are being more. Well, you're not saying it. I'm saying it. I guess people are being more gaslit, and race is used to gaslight you. It's used as a distraction.
Yeah, but it's
You
the
don't necessarily think it's
it's
that
the,
simple. Though. It's more complex, right?
it's way more complex than that because think about all the active violence that was done that made our grievance more real. It made it real to where we a lot of solidified our base, and now you get people kind of rejecting the whole whiteness thing as something instead of being American, they reject whiteness, and then they say, well, whiteness is being American. You see what I'm saying? Like that Roland Martin type of group that gets into that. Well, white people they do
What
this.
I'm saying
Black
is
people
this: if
we do this
but
and they do that. That kind of stuff.
right, but if we did a reset today, I'm just doing this to get experiment, just to get some clarity. If we just let it all go today, would we understand that race is what race is? It's a part of our culture. We'll just leave it to where it's at. It's fine, and it will pop up its head it'll pop its head up when it pops its head up. But ultimately, it's going to be about resources and access more than you know race. When does race show back up in that conversation? I guess is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, Yeah. I
because
mean, like
because
I said,
because somebody would keep connecting me to him saying, well, you know what happened um to this black person or to that black, historically it was pretty much cut and dry why things are happening. Um, we live in a time now where it's not as cut and dry because it's more multicultural, and it's a lot of people who are not what we would classify as white have access to America and to the whole world. That's not white people. They may have Western cultures, maybe a part of their diet, but they're not European people, right? So I don't know how does it get more distorted? Should it be more about, should you get closer to class and trying to get access and resources and not be so triggered by race, understanding that we live in a little bit more of a dynamic environment right now, and that there's forces that's trying to push you and put you back in time or put you in your place or try to check you or try to bring you, keep you within the culture and use tactics to keep you within the culture. I just never know because all the force that are pushing and pulling, if I just look at my personal life, even with the knowledge that I have, I'm going to suspend some reality here, by the way, but even with all the knowledge that I have, which I'm going to suspend and just say as a regular person, do I have access? What did I do or did not do? And I know I keep pushing this, by the way, because it seems just like it makes so much sense on some level. Is that what my family went through is past tense. What they went through, past in the past, they got me here by the decision that they made and the environment what the environment decided to transform itself into. And so where I am at now, do I owe anybody anything? Should I be even concerned about owing anybody anything? Or should I assess my current situation and be honest about it? What am I willing to do? Do I have access? And can I engage? Not a comparison of black versus white, not a comparison about what they have and me trying to equalize to them. None of that stupid bullshit, which is fucking ridiculous, bro, on so many levels, in my opinion. But do as an individual person, do I have access, and what does that look like, and how do I deal with that environment in that situation, and not make it necessarily racial or even come from that perspective, but just say, do I have access here? Yes or no, and then kind of go from that space. Now, I would ask you, based off your history and then how you got to where you are, did you have access to get not what someone put into your brain about what you can be and all this other, nonsense, but just based off you as an individual, with no one sort of feeding ideas into your brain, right? But just you as an individual, do you think that you have access, you've had access? How do you look at it? If you racialize it and do a comparison, of course we know what that looks like, right? But do you see yourself that way? Could you look at yourself and say, well, I made choices, my family made choices, I knew X, Y, and Z by the age of 13, 14, whatever age, right? I knew, okay, if nothing is stopping me. If I focus on this or focus on that, I can get some things that I want. Did you see there was any limitations in what I just said? Was there any limit? Not all of America, not all the blacks, all the whites, all the prisons, crack era, all the issues, Jim Crow era, all the things, redlining is still here, schools are still segregated. This is underfunded, this is not funded. White folks got it better here and got it better there. They're doing this, they have all this, and we don't have nothing. Well, you got to get all of that out of here, right? And just look at your individual self. What do you say to that? Do you say that you didn't have choices, you was being suppressed, you couldn't go certain places, you couldn't do certain things, or how free do you think you have been? Let me ask it that way. Maybe it's a better question.
how free?
Yeah, how free have you been? Have you been put in a position? I'm trying to not frame it as race. I'm just saying, have you been put in a position as an individual in America, in this system, with all the things that happened up until you was, we'll say 15, to get you to right where 15 is. You just stop right there at 15, based off the environment you're living in, had all got created around you, right? You had no control over. You're just here as this person, and as that individual person, not trying, again, remember I'm saying, not trying to save the poor, right? Not being an activist, not trying to stop this or clean up the world, none of that shit, right? Just as an individual person, do you see yourself as being limited, no access, can't get what you want to get done because there are things in the way to stop you from doing that?
That's a difficult question to answer. I don't think like that. So if I was to think more,
Of course you don't.
I had
No,
to
you
think,
don't.
I had to
I'm
think
trying
like
to
that.
force it out of you.
But if I was to think individually, then
Because you're being told the opposite. That's why I'm asking you that way. Because you're being trained and propagandized to, and being told that it's still 1840. You have chains on you,
what
right?
I think you've
Then
been
you have virtual
I
chains.
think you've
That
been
they switch it
told.
up to you. It's not real chains. Then you're chains in your brain. Get the fuck out of here.
Everybody does everybody doesn't align to the ideology. It's not even something that is. I mean, you got a lot of black people with the whole individualistic. It's your fault. Nobody. You can't blame anybody else for where you at in your life. Like
That's the other side of it.
that's,
So I'm asking you though, as an
that's,
individual at
that's what I'm saying.
15,
Like
where were
it's
you?
both
What
both are
did you
running
not?
at the same time.
Because remember, I'm talking about within the system, and you either getting a job, getting a career, or starting a business, or doing nothing, just fucking around. Those are your four choices, right? Basically, keep it simple. Because the argument would be, well, you're a black man or black boy. It's 1990, whatever.
See everything. See paradise. This is
You're a
where
black boy,
this
and
is
it's
where you
the
get caught.
crack.
Like,
It's the
let
crack
me
that
say
did
this.
it. It's the
No,
it's
let me
the
say this.
gangs that did it. It's your
But it
neighborhood
was
that did it.
but that's
Or
what I'm
are you?
saying. Hold on. But what I'm saying is,
That's the pressure that you're
if
under. I'm
I
not arguing that
if,
point, right? You're under that
no,
pressure.
let me say this though. If I build something right, if I build for a lack of a better analogy, if I build a rat trap, right?
Because
A rat
it's in
trap.
the white community too, and the Spanish community, by the way. It's kind of
Right.
crazy when you
Okay.
think about it.
Okay. That's perfectly fine. But if I build something that's supposed to capture, if I have a really bad rodent issue, and I lay down bait, everybody don't have to take the bait. I can, you know, but I know 70, 80 to 85% are going to fall for the bait. It's way more that I look at it. Like there
What do
are
you?
things that are put there. I'm saying technically you have the ability to navigate the environment freely, especially by the time we were born.
I'm
However,
focusing on us. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about us.
that's what I'm saying. However, we were influenced by people that did not have that much freedom of movement, and then they reacted to the system the way they react to the system, which has an adverse effect on us. The environment that we were put in, and then the active participation from the government and state and local municipalities that did their thing. Criminal. What's the reason why you didn't want to vote? What's the reason why you would never vote for Biden? What was the reason why you said? You told me.
Oh, Jim Crow Joe.
But what was the main reason why you said you would never vote for that motherfucker? Well, what was
Oh
the
yeah, the
main
crime
thing?
bill. Nigga. This ain't gonna
And
happen.
and and
Ain't gonna
and and,
happen.
and were we teenagers doing the crime
I
bill?
wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I hit that button. Man,
Were-
I would be sick to the grave till I got to the grave.
This is what I'm
Ain't
saying to you.
ain't doing it.
Were we teenagers during the crime bill? Didn't we see what happened during that particular time
No,
period?
I
We
didn't. I
remember
didn't.
it.
I didn't see anything. It happened to me individually.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm saying, what
I'm
I'm
not
saying is
putting.
that this.
I'm just asking the question to you. I'm just asking you. With
Well,
all of that. With
that's
all
what I
of
mean.
that.
You can't.
But with all
But
of. I mean, I have an
humans are
answer
not
for
like
you,
that.
by the way, because I made some
Okay, go
choices.
ahead.
I have answers for you. No, I have answers for that. I mean, I
I
made choices.
I don't I don't think it's possible. I guess to answer your question, it's not possible
You don't want to
to
answer the
do.
question because you don't want to get in the trap.
No, I just said I just answered. I said I don't think it's I don't think it's
Let me.
possible to
You know
do.
what? I got a
For
better question.
for you to go above the environment. I don't think you
I
can
got
beat the
I got
environment
I got a I got a
individually.
better
I don't
I got a
believe it.
better question. Do you think the argument is white folks have everything? We should have what they have. And because of what they've done to us historically, we don't have what they have fairly, in quotes. We don't have what they have fairly. So because of that disparity, then we need to behave a certain type of way to operate. So what I mean by that is this: when I turn on the TV, all I see is white folks. That has a psychological impact on me, right? Every book that I read talks about how great the presidents were, how great America is. You know, see the shining sea, the pledge, everything. So as a human being on this part of the world, under these borders, I am told to assimilate into American society, speak the language, and live the culture. Whoever set those cultures into place. This is a big piece of land that we live on, so it's different things happening in different places. But wherever those things are happening at, whatever the majority of people are doing, that's the culture that I need to ride it. And yes, it is propaganda. Yes, I am being indoctrinated. Yes, it is. It is how a nation, when people develop nation, this is how a nation is designed and set up to have everybody, for the most part on the same page. And then someone one day tells you that, well, you ain't white, right? You ain't European, right? You know that the way you talk it ain't how you really talk. You know that your ancestors spoke another language. Yeah, I be hearing this shit to this day, but which is kind of funny. You don't know who you are. You don't know where you from. You don't blah 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 blah. Right? You start telling me all those things. That will create your. I mean, now you would argue that the division is already there. I'm just gonna feed that division. Well, look at how they treating you. Look at where they put you. The reason why you're having all the problems is look at what they put all the dope into your neighborhood. They put all the guns into your neighborhood. They want to destroy you. They're trying to exterminate you. So as you're pushing that ideology and you're causing that rift to get bigger and bigger, that chasm to get wider and wider and wider, you're saying that's justifiable and it makes sense, which also ties us to at least at our lifetime, obviously tied us directly to the Democratic Party and the progressive movement. And they use that language to drive that, right? Are you hearing feedback? How am I getting feedback?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I do. Obviously, I do get it. I do get how you drive. I just think it's an interesting. I think it's interesting because our families made those choices. Not our families directly, of course. Well, some of our families did, but we had movements and people speaking for us, on the national stage, etc., and even on the global stage for that matter. I mean, it's apartheid, basically, right? So you're coming out of those things, and now we're here. It's 1994, 1995. There's a lot of pressure, but simultaneously, you have choices. I wonder, on some level, when you have those choices, how much responsibility is on you? And the ideology of putting all the responsibility on them and what they need to do for us and what they need to do and what they owe us, etc. Does that make sense? Is that the best way to approach a situation when you're trying to explain things to people? Because and the reason why I'm making a point about that is that, let me rephrase it. Let me ask you the question: do you have choices? Do you have to? Because I'm gonna tell you why I say that. A lot of people around the world, many of them want to leave their countries because their countries are horrible to them, right? They want to leave. Some of them escape. Other ones tolerate it and just deal with it and be mad about it, but they won't go anywhere. Other ones can't take it no more, and they leave. They go to other countries, right? To try to find, a better life. How do you measure that, a better life? Like, how do you measure the idea of mistreatment? Because obviously people are being mistreated all over the world. Just pick a place and we can find people being mistreated, being segregated, exterminated, however you want to, conquer it, encroachment, conquering, etc. It's all happening. Conquest is happening, real time. How do you try to find the space for that and say, well, me as an individual, I get I'm a part of a group, I have a history, I live in a certain place. Should I say this place owes me something because of the past? That's just us, or do I let it go and just operate within the environment based off what it's showing me and just following that process? Do I get so offended about the past? Do I get so offended that, this land was conquered, these folks was exterminated either through viruses or through, or through the sword? We're here now. We were brought here in chains. We're here now. We've been here for hundreds of years. Is it something old here because we've bled here? We fought in all the wars here. We liberalized the society on many levels, right? We've opened the society up to accept more other people, which they're all here now, of course. So is there a responsibility on us basically to where we're kind of trapped in a sense of, well, we do have options individually. Is it brave to take? Is it brave to take advantage of that option, or is it saying, well, you're running away from something, and then trying to define, well, what is that something? Am I running away from Europeans? You'll hear interview of a Black American that moved to Ghana, as an example, right? And they're saying, well, I mean, this is amazing. Now we can get into Ghana politics and their economics and the deals that they have in place with European countries, other places. You can sort of dig more into the details of it. And I heard some Kenyan people complaining about how people will leave Kenya, right? They feel like they can't leave, and people will leave Kenya or something, and then they'll come back to Kenya and they talk about how great everything is, how great they are, because they got money, of course, right? And how the poorest people feel a type of way about that. But just my point is that there's so many dynamics at play, and then as far as where me and you are, psychologically and just environmental, etc. We know we have a choice. No confusion, right? That if you go somewhere else, you're going to have to adopt their culture, their society, and integrate yourself for the most part into their culture. It won't be your culture. They may look like you, etc. We can play with that however we want to play with it, right? But it just won't. It won't be America. And so, as horrific as we want to frame America when we're having conversations, about the history or whatever, at the same time, it's your home. How do you deal with that? Is what I'm trying to say. When you don't know nothing, then obviously it don't matter, right? But as you learn things, do you feel like you even have an option? Because a lot of folks feel like they don't have a choice, which they do, right? But on one side, you don't want to start telling people to leave the country or to go other places. You know what I'm saying? You don't want that to be really, because like I said, I don't know if it makes people feel defeated, even though they're not really, would you say are they really fighting anything at the same time? Are you really fighting white supremacy in a sense? Are you really, I guess you are, you can make that argument, right? That you think you're fighting it. Like, does that make sense? Like, how do you define where okay, I'm going to stay here and fight white supremacy. I'm going to stay here and try to make white folks more civil. I don't know, more whatever. Or I'm going to produce more people to try to erase them. Like, I don't really know what, you know what I'm saying? I don't really know what lane. There's so many different things that are happening. And, cause my point is this, and are the masses satisfied? Like we were talking about how they're not voting in like Black people are not voting, say in Louisiana. Like, are the masses really satisfied? And more or less the political class, which is where we probably would fall into on some level, right? Is it more of us just debating things, right? And fighting things? But you look at the masses, like, are people really, are people really, how upset are people? And I can make you upset, but really are people very satisfied or very what do they call it? Content. Are they so content? And is it individuals' jobs to sort of activate those people? Say, hey man, you're being mistreated. Now you could be any race, so for Black people specifically, you're being mistreated. What this was a stolen land, and You know, you've been victimized all your life. Your mother, your father, your ancestors all been victimized. They still run propaganda against you from the welfare queens to the Black Lives Matter, right? Pick a point in time. You know, the ghetto rap and the hood or whatever, right? Even though all the people around the world love these things about us for some reason, which is kind of interesting in itself, but that, you know, is there something there to where the masses seem to be content? The masses aren't upset that they live in Klan country, right? The South, which most of us are, right? Like, how does those, like, or you know your place in a sense, right? You operating, because like if we're mostly participating, then, you know, would it make more sense to go even more in a direction where we're participating and engaging? And you can chop it up however you want to chop it up, right? If you want to do it in groups of your own, you want to mix in with people just to get to where you're trying to get to. And I never know if it's more about, from an individual perspective, to take care of me and my family, I'm going to make these set of decisions. And I'm not going to bind myself to race, because that's going to prevent me from operating a certain type of way. It's actually a hindrance to get what I'm trying to get to. Collectively, obviously that conversation will change, right? I love black people. I love black people, right? I want us to be protected. I want us not to be mistreated. That's going to put you in a different mindset than the guy who just wants to find a good job, or wants to work very hard in school and becomes a doctor or an entrepreneur or whatever. I just wonder how those different things how those things kind of rub up against each other. Because it's kind of like, yeah, I know, you talk to somebody like, yeah, I know America has some racial issues. I know that there's people here who hate us. I know that there's policies in place that affects us disproportionately. So, you know, why are we doing anything here? Why are we, you know what I'm saying? It's a weird trying to find that balance, I think. But anyway, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You just got me rambling.
Nah, man, I think that gotta get it out. Gotta get it out, man. You know how that go. But no, do you want to go and listen to some of the videos real quick, or you just want to just kind of lead us and then just
No,
do that next week?
I want to do some videos. I was trying to get deep enough in the time so I can play the videos and not get and hopefully don't get 'cause, you know, I noticed that once you put more time in and you play a few videos, I haven't gotten any requests from the last ones that we did
Okay.
to remove it. So I'm thinking, you know, you get in a little bit deep and then play, you may have a little bit more flexibility with the
Yeah.
algorithm, you know, flagging.
Well,
Maybe not.
see,
Maybe it don't matter, but
I think if we pause and then we make a comment, I think we'd be good. You know, we're not sitting other people's content. We literally talk for like 3 hours straight. No videos at all. So nah.
all right, guys. We're gonna do. I'm just gonna do because we could do probably a few different things, but I think Ezra Klein and um, who is he with New York Times? I think.
Ezra Klein is on New York Times. Yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
Times? It's the Times, right? I
Mhm.
think it is.
Yeah.
But yeah,
NYT. New York.
I think he probably. I mean, I like Ezra a lot. I think that he was just on Bill Maher yesterday,
Oh,
and
really?
he just has a. I like the vibe that he just has a vibe with him where it's just what it
Very
is
informed.
in a
Very
sense.
informed. Yeah.
Very for that. I don't agree with anything he says mostly, but I
That's
definitely enjoy watching everything he says about
crazy.
everything.
That's crazy. You know, nothing he says. That's wild.
No, I think I might be half MAGA at this point, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I've been watching so much of this shit. I'm just
It could
talking about
affect you.
not in real life, but I just mean like in the because like you said, nobody lives in the we're putting in 40, 50 hours on this stuff a week. So you're so in it that like you're almost a talking head in a sense. So it's kind of like, well, all this stuff that I'm watching, and because like I said, I understand what I'm sacrificing. I mean, because you know, I got you to balance it out, right? So you on the left, I'm on the right from our, you know, from how we do the show. It's just that, you know what I'm saying? It balances itself. Obviously, in real world, obviously it's more complicated than that. But from a YouTube perspective, it's just that from watching a lot of content And you're like, well, I know I would love for Bernie policies to exist. Hard stop. That's just me though. Hard stop. But what comes with that, which I sound like a poor white person, by the way. If what comes with that is that, yeah, that was a great goodies. Those are phenomenal, world life-changing things. Super liberal, great progressive, right? But unfortunately, all the bullshit on top of it, I just can't go with you because you want all those things, but the amount of other stuff that I got to deal with that come with those things, it just pushes me to the right because I'm watching all of it. I'm watching the independents that's left leaning, the moderates, the centrists, and then the in between progressives, and then the hardcore progressives, then the hardcore leftists. And then of course you go to the right, we obviously do the same thing, of course. But like when you look at that, I'm like, well, man, because I'm not a part of any of the groups, so it's not like I have a white nationalist ideology, obviously, and I don't have a democratic socialist either, right? But there's certain things I like about both, and so white nationalists. If I drop the word white and just say nationalist, there are a lot of those things obviously on the far right makes a lot of sense to me. But I have to remove the word white, which you can't do, right? So that nullifies that, right?
That's
and then on the left, when you're looking at socialism, it's like it sounds good, but the problem is the federal government, not even the state government, but the federal government and governments this is just what the nature of them are. They're very slow, a lot of bureaucracy, and it's messy, and that's fine. Democracy is messy. I don't want democracy to go anywhere. By the way, freedom, democracy. I don't want it to go anywhere. I'm good, but it's just interesting that it's kind of like, man, some of these groups in which y'all are thinking. And then if you look behind the groups, right, the ones that are really producing these think tanks and stuff, a lot of these groups have such a and like I told you, Ben and Jerry, Ben is a absolute example of what I'm talking about from a far left perspective. And of course, if you look at a Charlie Kirk from the right perspective, extremely problematic, extremely dangerous for me, right? But I listen to all of it. I deal with all of it, and they all say a ton of things that I like. Like Steve Bannon, I listen to Steve Bannon, and I'm just like, man, you must, like I said, either like a black conscious, like a Roland Martin, somebody right there, be like, you are out your damn mind. Why would you follow Steve Bannon? I'm like, you can tell me that the secret things that he's saying, that your brain is bigger than my brain, so I don't know what he's really talking about. You know how people can decipher? I can't decipher what he's saying. But on the surface, man, he did an interview, man, with Gavin Newsom, bro. I swear to God, I agree with 100% everything Steve Bannon said. So I didn't get into the things that he's done that's corrupt. I didn't get into the people who follow him and what the chat say, what they think about black people. In a lot of ways.
Mr. Fuller called the final destination. What is your final?
Yeah, so I can't. My point is I don't have the time or energy. I can't do all of it. It's like what he said. I agree with. I don't know what to say about it. I can pretend that I don't. I can pretend, but I do. What do you want me to do about it? I can't do anything about it. It's just what it is.
A lot of it does make sense, especially for descendants of slaves. That's the reason why Amos was so addicted to a lot of people. That's why it made sense. It's just white nationalist talking points taking white out of it, and that's just going to sound similar. These things will be passed.
And the thing is that I know for a fact that Steve Bannon is backed by powerful people. I understand all those things.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, I look at what are you really willing to sacrifice? What are you really doing? So I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that, right? Bill Maher is what I'm talking about, right? All these folks are rich, which is funny. But anyway, Bill Maher, it's like a person like him, they're like holding on. Like he knows the game. He knows all the moving parts. He knows what's happening. Yeah. But a person like him is like he's holding on in a way to where it's very individualism. It's very individualistic, right? And he fits obviously on many levels. He fits on left because of certain things that he believes. He just can't be on the right. Doesn't matter what happens in the real party system. He's gonna be. He clearly proved that to me. Like, I'm staying right here. I'm 70 years old. I'm liberal, old school liberal. I'm not moving from this position. He's a good barometer to see things move, by the way. Really, him and Joe Rogan both, but he's much better than Joe. Is just a comedian at the end of the day, in my opinion. But he's a good barometer as a political comedian. He's a good barometer of like, okay, you're not moving. You're very rich. You're not gonna give all your money away. You're not gonna really support real progressive policies. That's obvious, right? You know that a lot of this stuff is pie in the sky. There is no money for it. What do you want the government? What do you want to happen exactly? And ultimately, you have to tax the rich, right? You have the progressive taxes on the rich. You have to find, the safe. It don't even take much. That's the funny part about even saving Social Security. It doesn't take much. A little bit of a bump in taxes above 140,000, I think, will take care of that from what I've seen. But it's just interesting that when you listen to Steve Bannon talk, where you could kind of see that he want to deal with oligarchs. He want to deal with monopolization. He wants to deal with those things. And I would have thought that they could all agree on it. But the problem is you are talking to other millionaires, no matter how you slice it, right? So Gavin Newsom is sitting up there, y'all are talking, but it's kind of like, wait, you're speaking for people who are not here. So it's not really, I don't think it's even that authentic. I mean, but what I've always noticed too in a lot of shows is that no one brings, for the most part, people bring on their friends, be it your quote unquote enemy, they bring on their friends, right? So you never really get to hear, matter of fact, every time you hear from regular people, they just brush it off as those are just the normies. It's just a very strange, Bill Maher specifically is a very unusual person because how he moves politics, but the way he holds onto his wealth, his money, his actions, how he believes that he worked hard, he pulled himself up, went through the process, etc., that he deserves what he has. He deserves to say what he wants to say. It's very interesting because in a lot of ways I'm thinking to myself, well, you would have thought the left was more like that, but the left is very complicated because they're dealing with, in their own party, they're dealing with millionaires, they're dealing with people who run monopolies, they're dealing with people who are investing in who have global access to the world, and they're trying to play on that they're not like that. So it's very strange, by the way. But anyway, Ezra Klein and New York Times, basically, what I just said, they're just kind of going through that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're kind of breaking through, because you would say, well, why are these poor folks following Donald Trump? I'm thinking to myself, well, why are the poor folks following, pick a person, right? On the left. Like, people are following millionaires all over the place, right? And influenced by millionaires and billionaires, and like millionaires and billionaires. And at a point in time, all the lefties love Elon Musk as a billionaire. And I mean, I think maybe in backdoor rooms they was having conversation about, like we talked about before, about getting away your wealth and finding ways to where you can have your wealth, you can have your access to power, but making sure everyday people. But you know what's so funny about this is that the rich people, they're only trying to give things to poor people in some type of way to keep them from overthrowing the government and overthrowing their neighborhoods. It's not genuine in a sense, in my opinion, right? It's not like this real connection to all Americans, and saying we can all have success or not. We can live our lives as a regular person, just trying to get through life, or we can strive to have more. And this system allows those two things to live in the same space. And with all of that said, of course, you're still going to have corruption. You're going to still have all types of things happening where people are going to benefit more than others. And that we're going to have a system in place to make sure that all the power, all the money doesn't get to the top. And that's coming from your populist people, obviously. Those people are saying you got to figure out how to keep that stuff kind of flat. And I'm going to tell you what's so funny about that. The issue that I had with Obama is just that, by the way. he changed the world, right? He changed the American future. When some of the rules that changed under Clinton and continued under Bush, all of that, all the things that happened, after getting to that stuff about the collapse of the economy, and then you built out all the banks under Obama, and you watch what happened between now and then. That was a bad idea, right? And never giving regular folks money, never really spreading that infusion across the system. And then all the money coalesces up to the top, and you get what you get today. So it's very interesting how those data points tie right into right now. But anyway, neither here nor there. Let me play this video. I think this is going to be the part where it says Trump's unpopular policy. Where's the one I want to start with? There was one on here about Trump and I guess we can bounce around a little bit on this video.
Hi, I'm Ryan from Wristband Bros, and we can help you make custom wristbands for your next big event.
I'll just move on, to the next slide. Here we have Harris support by single age year, by race and gender.
I found this chart a little hard to read. So can you describe to me what's happening here?
Sure. So we have 4 lines on this chart, and the x-axis is age, and the y-axis is our estimate for what fraction of people in that group voted for Kamala Harris in 2024. And, we have a light blue line for women of color. We have a dark blue dash line for men of color. We have like a light pink solid line for white women, and then a dash line for white men. And one of the things you can see here is if you just look at 18-year-olds, 18-year-old women of color are the only of the 4 that actually, voted that Harris won. Trump narrowly won, non-white men.
So I do find this part of this chart shocking. I sometimes talk about narrative violations, and I think if we knew anything about Donald Trump 8 years ago, it's that young people did not like him.
Right.
And Republicans are maybe throwing away young people for generations in order to run up their margins among seniors. But if you look at this chart among white men who were 75 years old, supported Kamala Harris at a significantly higher rate than white men who are 20 years old.
That's exactly right.
That's a real shift.
It is a real shift. This is the thing I am the most shocked by, I think, in the last 4 years, is that young people have gone from being the most progressive generation since the baby boomers, and maybe in some ways more so, to becoming potentially the most conservative, generation that we've experienced, maybe in 50 to 60 years. And so, the next chart, just to describe
this chart in some ways convinced me to do this podcast.
Oh, thank you.
This chart shocks me.
I agree. This is, to me, the scariest chart in this entire presentation. And again, something I'm very surprised by. On the bottom, we have age. And at the top, we have the gender gap in support between women and men. And, for support for Kamala Harris. And so what you can see is that, for voters over 30, the gender gap was fairly stable at around 10%, which is roughly where it's been in American politics.
And voters over 75, it's even lower.
That's right.
It's a fairly low gender gap among older voters.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people, underestimate how recent the gender gap is. Historically, Republicans did better with women than men. And, this was true across most of the West, that center-left parties did better with men than women. And, that's changed in the United States in the Clinton era. But, it's been stable since then. But what's crazy is if you look at people who are under the age of 30, the gender gap has exploded. If you look at 18-year-old men were 23 percentage points more likely to support, Donald Trump than 18-year-old women, which is just completely unprecedented in American politics.
Is that abortion?
I think it's too early to say exactly what the cause is. What's interesting is that this is happening in other countries as well. Obviously, different countries have different political systems, but I've seen similar patterns in Canada, in the UK, in Norway. There's a lot of research, to do here, but it's still very striking. A lot of people talk about the Democratic young men problem, and I think it's still somehow underrated because the actual numbers are just a lot worse than people think.
The huge gender gap implies to me it's not just inflation. Women pay high prices for eggs too.
Right. And I'll say, if you look at the UK election last year, the Labour Party did a lot better, because the incumbent party was unpopular. But I think what's interesting is that if you look at it by age, the Conservatives actually increased their vote share among 18 to 24-year-old voters, I think by 2 or 3%, even though they only did, even though they did 8 or 9% worse overall. And so I do think it's not just inflation. It's not just backlash to the incumbent governments, though I'm sure that's part of the story too.
I feel like the story you're implying that you believe here is that this is polarization among young men and women driven by men who are in high school, who are young, who are online, particularly online during COVID, as Me Too is cresting. At the time of, as Jordan Peterson is a big figure, Andrew Tate is rising, you have what now gets called the manosphere. But there is a sense the Democratic Party has become a much more pro-women party, and in some ways sort of anti-young men, and that just had a huge effect on young men's political opinions.
Well, I do want to just stress that this seems to be a global phenomena. And, I don't want to over-center the particular things the Democratic Party has done rather than, the broader cultural...
Peterson and Tate are global figures.
No, exactly. I agree with that. What I'll say is I just think that, we're in the midst of a big cultural change that I think that, people are really underestimating. If you look at Zoomers, I don't have slides on this, but there's just a lot of really interesting ways that they're very different in the data. They're much more likely than previous generations to say that making money is extremely important to them. They are a lot more, if you look at their psychographic data, they have a lot higher levels of, psychometric neuroticism and anxiety than the people before them. If I was going to speculate, I think that, phones and social media have a lot to do with this. I think it's very plausible to me. And I've heard people describe that, these kids grew up looking at social media influencers as role models. But all I can say is that I think that young people today seem to have fairly different values than they did 10 years ago. How that translates into partisan politics depends on what the parties do, but I think it's a big shift.
It seems plausible to me that social media, online culture are splitting the media that young men and women get.
Right.
That if you are young and online and a 23-year-old man who is interested in UFC, you're being driven into a very intensely male online world. Whereas if you are 23 years old and female, and you are interested in things that the YouTube algorithm codes that way, you are not entering that world. You're actually entering the opposite world. You're seeing Brene Brown, right? You're seeing these other things.
Right.
The capacity to be in highly gendered media worlds is really different in 2024 than it was in 2004. And that's true worldwide.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. Online communities are way more gender segregated than offline communities are. And so it's in that respect, it should be unsurprising that suddenly shifting a bunch of young people's social worlds to be entirely online all at once, caused the political situation to change.
So Democrats are getting destroyed now among young voters.
That's right.
I do think there was, even as the idea of the rising Democratic majority had become a little discredited in 2016 and 2020, I do think Democrats believed that these young voters were eventually going to save them.
Right.
That this was...
Measure issues. We measure how important voters find it, and that's what we have in the bottom here. And then we just measure, do you trust Democrats or Republicans more on this issue? And, what you see here is if you look at the top issues that voters care the most about, cost of living, the economy, taxes and government spending, the deficit, foreign policy, healthcare. other than healthcare, where Democrats have a narrow lead, Republicans have massive trust advantages, 15 points on all of the issues that voters care the most about. And so the story that I would tell in response to your question is that in this election, voters trusted Republicans way more than Democrats on all of the most important issues, but also bought into this idea that Donald Trump was a terrible person who couldn't be trusted with power. And, that made the election be close. But 4 years from now, Donald Trump will not be the nominee. And maybe they'll nominate somebody who's just as terrible and just as unlikable. But if we don't, get out of this trust deficit, I think that, we'll have a lot of problems.
For people listening along, this is a chart broken into quadrants.
That's right.
And the top right quadrant is issues that are very important and issues where Democrats are more trusted. And it's an untilled bit of farmland up there.
That's right.
So there's mental health, which voters don't rate that important, but they do trust Democrats quite a bit more. They rate it higher than they rate, though, climate change and the environment and abortion, which struck me as surprising. Mental health seems like a much bigger deal on this than you typically, than I think politics reflects on either side.
Right.
Their one bright spot is really healthcare.
That's right.
That's kind of it in terms of issues where it is quite important and they have a genuinely noticeable advantage.
Yeah, I think it's just worth saying that 4 years ago, the number one issue was COVID and healthcare. And those also were the issues that people trusted Democrats the most on. And so the strategy was really obvious, just talk a lot about COVID and healthcare. But, this time we had a much harder problem, which was that the issues that people cared the most about, for the most part, voters didn't trust us on. And the issues that people did trust us on, climate change, and reproductive rights, probably the big ones, voters just didn't care very much about. And so that was just a very difficult strategic position. And it's also one that was just very different than it was 4 years ago.
All right, I just want to tick off some issues voters ranked as important that they trusted Republicans on and then ask you a question about it. So they thought cost of living, the economy, and inflation were very important, had a lot more trust in Republicans. They thought national security and foreign policy were important, trusted Republicans. Taxes, government spending, government debt, trusted Republicans. Crime, immigration, trusted Republicans. Social security, trusted Republicans. That seems like a bad one for Democrats. Political division, they thought was important. They trusted Republicans a bit more on that in this data. If I looked over time, right, if I looked at 2016 and I looked at 2020, would I see on all of these that Republicans had advantages and Democrats were just winning on healthcare? How much of this is something flipping around as an incumbent penalty and a sort of reaction to conditions in the country at that moment? And how much of it is a durable situation where Republicans have a trust advantage where Democrats would have to act in a spectacular way over time to change voters' impressions of them on that issue?
What we saw in our data was that as the Biden administration became a lot more unpopular, all of these things dropped a lot. So some of it was uniform shift. But I think that, the last 4 years, there were some things that structurally changed a lot. In every center-left party in the world, generally the left has its issues that it owns and the right has its issues that it owns. But usually the economy is pretty neutral. During the Trump administration, the economy was fairly neutral. And in 2020, I think if you looked at this, and even in 2021, it really didn't look anything like this. Another really big shift was just that education has gone from being basically one of the best issues for Democrats to being something that's basically neutral now. And, we saw that, in the Virginia gubernatorial election in 2021, we even saw it be an advantage for Republicans. And then, the other big shift, on the other side was that reproductive rights used to be a fairly neutral issue for Democrats. Like in general, when you talked about it in the pre-Dobbs era, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't something that changed a lot of votes. And immediately after Dobbs, we saw party trust, on reproductive rights shoot up. And so I think, these numbers, they do change. And this is, one of the big messages I want to get through is just that, the world has changed a lot in the last 4 years. It's going to keep changing, and we have to kind of adjust in response to what happens.
All right. So tell me what's going on in this next slide, because also, as I understand, this is really very connected to the work you do specifically.
Right.
So what are you doing here?
All right. So, one of the big things that my firm does.
TaxAct doesn't expect you to have all the answers. That's why we've got experts on hand who do. Well, the answers to tax stuff, not like if aliens are real or...
All right. So first, I'm just going to start with this slide over here that just looks at support for the Democratic presidential candidate in 2016, in 2020, and 2024 by race and ideology. In 2016, Democrats got 81% of Hispanic moderates. And in 2024, Democrats got 58% of Hispanic moderates. That's only about 7% more than the 52% that they got of white moderates. The main story with respect to this is just a continuation of the trends that we saw 4 years ago. Throughout the entire Trump campaign, we've seen this racial depolarization.
The thing I find most surprising here is you look at white voters, liberal, moderate, and conservative. And at least in this data, from 2016 to 2024, there's a 0% swing in any of them. Because there are all these things that, if you go back to the debates we were having about Donald Trump then, it is the return and resurgence of a coalition trying to protect white power in this country. And I wrote things about this. I think there's good reason to believe that.
Right.
Even if that was part of the intention then, that does not appear white power in this. If you go back to the debates we were having about Donald Trump then, it is the return and resurgence of a coalition trying to protect white power in this country. And I wrote things about this. I think there's good reason.
You there, DC? Or did you disappear on me? You out there shopping or something? You got some cheeks? Where you at? All right, I keep playing. I want to come back to that part right there because I want you to kind of explain when he says the white power, trying to maintain the white power structure. Does that mean that the Democrats are not doing that? And just want you to kind of clarify that. But I'll wait for you to come back on the line.
To believe that.
Right.
Even if that was part of the intention then, that does not appear in the results. That the Democrats lose modest amount of support among black voters in those years. They lose a huge amount of support among Hispanic voters and a kind of significant amount among Asian voters. Why do you think that is?
I think that a lot of political analysis in America has been, really centered around viewing everything through a very America-centric lens. Because there's this story in American politics. Like, if you want to understand 20th century American politics, then the big story is that there was this giant Southern realignment in 1964.
Driven by the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah, driven by the Civil Rights Act. And that carried forward. It took a really long time, for that to really work its way through down ballot. And so I think it was really tempting for American political scientists and kind of a lot of the, more detail-oriented American political pundits to just kind of see everything.
People who wrote books like Why We're Polarized, for instance.
Yeah, exactly. Just to see everything through this transformation. Thomas Piketty actually, recently wrote a great book about, this thing I'm about to talk about. But I think the most important trend politically of the last 30 to 40 years, both here and in every other country in the world, at least Western country that has elections, has been this story of education polarization. That basically everywhere we've seen highly educated people move to the left and, working class people move to the right. I think a lot of people's analytical error when looking at Trump is that they saw Trump as this kind of reincarnation of, the 1960s of like George Wallace or something, when really I think he was representing this global trend. You could look at a bunch of other countries. You have Marine Le Pen in France. You have, the AfD in Germany. And I think that, people miss that, there was kind of a broader global appeal, this kind of polarization on values.
The other thing that I find interesting here is the shift in voters who self-describe as conservative.
Right.
There's no shift in white self-described conservative voters between 2016 and 2024, but Democrats are winning 85% of black conservatives in 2016, but only 77% in 2024. They're winning 34% of conservative Hispanics in 2016. That falls by half to 17% in 2024. They're winning 28% of conservative Asians in 2016. That falls to 20% in 2024. So it's always a little bit weird for somebody who is self-described conservative to be voting for Democrats who are quite a liberal party now. What we're seeing among non-white voters is people voting more their ideology and less their ethnic group.
That's exactly right. And, I would just say, I think, this shouldn't be that surprising. I think now, we identify the Democratic Party as straightforwardly liberal. The Democratic Party used to be a coalition between liberals and moderates and conservatives. And as liberals kind of became the dominant coalition partner, it makes sense, that the conservatives and moderates in our coalition, who were disproportionately non-white, given that this ideological polarization happened, among whites 20 years ago or 30 years ago, that you would start to see this.
All right, let's move to slide 2 here.
All right. But there were some new trends this cycle. So
I can hear you go into presentation voice.
Yeah, no, great.
You're good.
Yeah. So this slide over here has what I think is probably the most important story of this cycle. So I have 2 graphs over here. The first breaks down 2024 support by whether or not you had voted in 2020. And so this is New York Times data from, Nate Cohn's Upshot polling, probably the highest quality public pollster in America. And what you can see here is just that in 2020, in their data, people who didn't vote, if they had voted, would have been a little bit more Democratic than the country overall. But over the next 4 years, people who didn't vote went from being a somewhat Democratic-leaning group to a group that Trump won by double digits.
Okay.
So the second graph here, we have for every precinct, we look at what percentage of people voted in 2022. And then we just look at what was the change in Democratic vote share from 2020 to 2024. And so what you could see here is that for the lowest turnout precincts, Trump increased his vote share by, something like 6%, while for the highest turnout precincts, Harris actually increased her support. And, that's really the story of this election is that, people who follow news really closely, who get their news from traditional media, who say that politics is an important part of their identity, they became more Democratic in absolute terms. But for people who don't follow politics closely at all, they just became a lot more Republican.
It's interesting because I obviously get a lot of incoming from people who would like the New York Times to cover Donald Trump differently.
Right.
And some of those arguments I agree with, some of them I don't, right? That's what I always think about with that, though, is that if your lever is New York Times headlines, you're not affecting the voters you are losing.
Right.
And the question Democrats are facing when you look at how badly they lost less politically engaged voters is how do you change the views of voters you don't really have a good way to reach?
Yeah. And I mean, that's 100% right. And, I just want to stress that this is a new problem. This problem didn't exist 4 years ago. And it's not just that New York Times readers are more liberal than the overall population. That's definitely true. It's that they're more liberal than they were 4 years ago, even though the country went the other way. And so there's this great political divergence, between people who consume all the news sources that we know about and read about versus the people who don't.
Battery's dead.
And so as a result of these changes, this is really reversed a decades-long truism in American politics, where for the longest time, Democrats have said, and it's been true, that if everybody votes, we win, and that higher turnout is good for Democrats. And this is the first cycle where that definitively became the opposite of true. Here, I just have some numbers. If only people who had voted in 2022 had voted, Harris would have won the popular vote and also the Electoral College fairly easily. While if everyone had voted, Trump would have won the popular vote by nearly 5 points. Generally, what you see now is that every measure of socioeconomic status and political engagement is just monotonically related to your chance of liking Trump.
What is monotonically related?
Oh yeah, sorry. Just that.
This is why Democrats can't win.
That's exactly right. I'm the problem. But it's basically just that the more, even the lowest, political engagement categories, the lowest education categories, the poorer, the lower socioeconomic status, the less engaged you are in politics, now the more Trumpy you are. And that just wasn't true 4 years ago.
So here's something that I've heard from a lot of Democrats and very good election analysts, which seems to be in some tension here. There is an argument that what happened to Democrats between 2020 and 2024 is their voters stayed home. And so what happened here was a shrinking of the electorate that disproportionately sliced off what Democrats for a while were calling the anti-MAGA coalition. How does that idea that Democrats didn't lose to Trump, they lost to the couch, sit with you?
It's just not empirically correct, I would say. Generally, turnout and support go in the same direction for the basic reason that there are a lot of people who didn't feel ready to vote for a Republican, but were still mad at the Democratic Party. And so they stayed home in response. And if you just look at the demographics of who these people are who voted for Biden last time and stayed home this time, they're generally low education, they're fairly politically disengaged, they're much less likely to watch shows like MSNBC and more likely to watch shows like Fox, and they frankly just look a lot like the voters who trended away from us.
So if you had forced them out to vote, they may have just voted for Donald Trump.
Right. Exactly. And that does show up. If you look at African Americans, for example, African Americans who didn't vote were much more likely to say that they supported Trump than the ones that did this cycle. It's true that overall turnout fell in a lot of the country, but in the battleground states that actually decided the presidential election, turnout was roughly where it was from 4 years ago. And it just is clear as day that a bunch of people changed their mind.
How much is this just inflation? You are dealing with people who they're not paying a lot of attention to politics. They do pay attention and feel prices and the state of the country. You had a massive inflationary period and they're pissed. And being pissed about inflation moved them against the incumbent party, which they held responsible in this country as in other countries for inflation.
I think that that's a very reasonable explanation. It makes sense that the people who care the least about politics are going to be the most mad about prices going up. And there's a lot of academic reasons to think that makes sense. I'm not making any claims, per se about why this happened, though I think inflation makes sense. If you actually poll these non-voters and, ask them, what did they care the most about? They'll tell you inflation. I'll get to this later, but that's what every single subgroup of the electorate cared the most about by overwhelming margins. And so I don't think it's necessarily true that it's impossible for us to win those voters back. But, I'll talk about this later. There have been dramatic shifts in the media consumption habits of these people in the last 4 years. And so it may be a harder problem.
Before we discuss this, I think it's worth talking through the next chart too, because it's getting at the same question in a different way.
So here, we have a plot that we just took from The Economist. And in the bottom, we just have foreign-born population. And on the top, we just have increase in Republican vote share. And, what you could see is there's a very clear correlation.
This is by county.
This is by county. There's a very clear correlation between how many immigrants there were in a county and how much it increased by Donald Trump, towards Trump. You can see in counties like, Queens, New York or Miami-Dade in Florida, Trump increased his vote share percentage by 10 percentage points, which is just crazy. And so when we go and we look at the precinct election results, what we see is that in immigrant communities of all races, our best guess is that immigrants went from being a Biden plus 27 group in 2020 to a group that Trump narrowly won in 2024. This group, of naturalized citizens is roughly 10% of the electorate.
So that means that immigrants swung much, much, much more than the median of the electorate.
That's exactly right. Our estimates, and it's really hard to know exactly what happened. It turns out that working class immigrants do not answer a ton of surveys, but our best guess is that they swung 23 percentage points against the Democratic Party. And so the crazy thing is if you believe this, there's some uncertainty, but I think some version of this is probably true, then something like half of the net votes that Trump received came from immigrants. And, this wasn't efficient for him. It's one of the big reasons, why the bias of the Electoral College went down by so much this cycle. Because if you look in the battleground states, things swung toward Trump maybe by like 0.5 percentage point, and that was enough for him to win, or 1 percentage point. But if you look at like the 4 biggest states where immigrants are concentrated, New York, California, Texas, Trump did extremely well. And so it wasn't very efficient for him. But in terms of people changing their mind, it was a massive percentage of the story.
So this gets to another way that I think the data has proven conventional wisdom from at least 2020 wrong. So 2020, you have an election that Joe Biden wins. He wins by less than the polling says he will win by. And one reason he wins by less than the polling says he'll win by is that Donald Trump is much better with Hispanic and Asian voters than he was expected to. And I remember seeing pretty strong research afterwards and talking to people who study the Hispanic vote, who were saying, well, in 2020, the pandemic really scrambled what the election was about. So in 2016, the election was about immigration. In 2020, it was about the pandemic. It was about lockdowns. It was about the economy. And so Hispanic voters who were driven off of Trump by his border talk in 2016 were more likely to vote for him in 2020. But that was weird, right? It was the pandemic in a way moderating Donald Trump's appeal. 2024, Trump runs, I would say, to the right of where he was on the border in 2016, right? We're talking mass deportations. We're talking more than a wall. And Trump does better among immigrant groups than he really ever has before. So the Democratic belief that when the topic turned back to immigration, you would see some of that polarization around Trump return and that he would be harmed in immigrant communities did not occur.
No. Inflation probably played some kind of role here. Though, the flip side is if you look in the UK, it happened the same year. It's just that the incumbent was right-wing instead of left-wing. And, their labor did also, drop with, Black and Asian and Hindu voters. And so I think that there's some kind of globalized right-wing phenomena that's happening. It's hard to know exactly what, but I agree completely. Now I just move on, to the next slide. Here we have Harris support by single age year, by race and gender.
I found this chart a little hard to read. So can you describe to me what's happening here?
Using the right weight matters. The Body Pod lets you easily understand what is the fastest way.
I just have the last slide of the retrospective. What I have here is we have the share of actual could have been.
I want to note something as a dog that is not barking across this presentation.
Yeah.
Since the election, I think that if you look at what Donald Trump is doing, what Elon Musk is doing, and if you look at punditry about the election, that if everybody agrees on anything, it's that the election was a huge verdict on wokeness. Famously, one of Trump's higher testing ads was this: Kamala Harris is for they, them. Donald Trump is for you. As you're sort of running through this, I'm not saying you're saying, DEI programs are popular, but I'm not seeing it emerge as a major explanation for 2024 here. I'm curious how you both think about it in the election and think about the role it is playing in the post-election narrative.
I just want to say, the they, them ad that everybody talks about, it was a good ad, but it was like a 70th percentile ad, in our testing. If you look at all of the best testing ads from Donald Trump, it was basically the economy, it was gas prices, it was immigration, it was crime. And so I think that there's definitely been an overfocus, on DEI, on wokeness, on trans issues. I think it definitely, played a role on the elite discourse and why, so many tech CEOs have become more right-wing and, all of that. But I think that the voters were really mad about inflation and crime and immigration and the budget deficit. And, I think the Republicans are making a mistake, honestly, to focus on these things so much relative to concrete issues that people actually care about. I think that there's this bigger picture point I want to make, where I think that a lot of people see the Trump administration as kind of a break that shows that all of the traditional rules of politics no longer apply. And I think that, I think to some extent that's wrong, that a lot of what's happening is really very easy to understand. Donald Trump, to go back to the ideological thing, he broke with his party. He might have been dishonest about it, but he disavowed Project 2025. He said that he wouldn't cut social programs. He ruled out a national abortion ban. And I think that, that kind of thing just plays a big role in his success. And I think that a lot of these newer things, that we talk about might be less important than we think. But, the flip side is it's possible that when it comes to something like why is it that 20-year-old men are so much more conservative than they were 4 years ago? I don't know. I could believe maybe wokeness has something to do with that. But I think that the bulk of this is traditional factors. So now I just have the last slide of the retrospective. What I have here is we have the share of voters who get their news from TikTok, by year. The share of voters who get their young voters who get their news from TikTok more than quadrupled in the last 4 years. This is the biggest and probably fastest change in media consumption, that has happened in my lifetime. And it was quite correlated with support change. Now, obviously, TikTok users are younger, they're less politically engaged. It's not surprising that we dropped among this group. You'd expect that from demographics. But if you go and you do the regressions, I think there was definitely a causal element there. And, when you zoom in particularly to people who get their news from TikTok, who don't care very much about politics, this is a group that's 8 percentage points more Republican than they were 4 years ago. And that's a lot.
So by the end of the election, Donald Trump is promising to save TikTok. One possible explanation then for TikTok users shifting towards Trump is that they like TikTok and they didn't want it to be taken away from them. Another, which people have worried about quite a bit, is that the company behind TikTok could very easily have been turning dials, just softly, right? It's not that nothing that is liberal does well on TikTok. I've seen videos of me get posted there and do very well on TikTok, but that it would not be hard to turn up the dial a little bit on issues that are tricky for Democrats, on people complaining about the cost of living, on pro-Trump influencers, right? If, everybody who the algorithm codes is pro-Trump gets a 7% boost, that will not be obvious exactly on the app, but could be very, very meaningful in the aggregate. When you look at this data, do you think it is something about TikTok? Do you think it is something about TikTok's audience just being young people who are seeing this movement? Or does it make you suspect dial turning?
I don't know the answer to that. It's totally possible. We know that they do dial turning on some topics, stuff like Ukraine or Tiananmen Square or whatever. But, what I'll say is I think that TikTok represents something fairly radically different than social networks that came before it. And I'm sure, that, there could be some malfeasance on the part of people who work there. But the thing that I think about sometimes is just that I think TikTok is really the first social media platform that is really truly decentralized. And what I mean by that is just, it's not based on follower graphs. If you look at Reels or Twitter or whatever, how many people see a video or a piece of content is highly correlated with how many followers that person has. TikTok's a lot more random, and there's very interesting machine learning reasons for why. But I think that it really allowed a lot of content that never would have gotten a lot of views on Twitter or on television to suddenly escape containment and get directly into the eyes of people who don't care that much about politics. And, I don't know, you could tell a story that maybe just anti-incumbent stuff is going to do really well on TikTok and Democrats are going to do great now. I don't really know. But I think that for whatever reason, this big change, I think, really did help Republicans. And it's just an example of how the world has really changed a lot.
So I know that you're near Democratic, both freak out and funding world. Mm-hmm. I hear a lot from Democrats about how to fix what they now call their media problem, or sometimes you hear the TikTok problem, maybe try to seed creators and give them some support. When you look at this, do you think this is something that an established political party and a bunch of donors can do something about? Or do you think this is TikTok is a vibes machine? And basically, for reasons of inflation, for reasons of incumbency, for reasons of a censorious, Democratic Party that people gotten tired of, the vibes are bad for Democrats in 2024. And vibes machines like TikTok, like some of the other social media things, they're going to be an amplifier of bad vibes. So it's not really a thing to do in the sense of strategy. What you're trying to do is be culturally, both in terms of the candidates you have and the actual things you say and believe, culturally a better product, and then the things that pick up good cultural products and amplify them are going to be friendlier to you?
I think there's a lot of truth in that. I think that TikTok is genuinely strange relative to platforms before it, in that its audience is more politically disengaged and more working class. And I think it's just been very hard for us as a party to find, creators and content that appeals to people like that, because all of the people who work in democratic politics are not like that. And I think that in the old traditional media world, we were a lot like the media gatekeepers. And so it was kind of clear how to win that war. And I think Democrats did a good job of doing it. But now we have a totally different fight. So, to move on and talk a little bit about the present as opposed to the long time ago of, 4 or 5 months ago. So, you've talked a lot in your previous episodes about, Trump's flood the zone strategy, where he's just constantly doing a bunch of stuff. And, what we've done here is, we've pulled all his executive orders and stuff that he's campaigned on. I think we have something like 60 dots here. Every one of these dots is a policy that we've pulled. And, what you can see is that there's a lot of variance. A lot of the things that he campaigned on, no taxes on tips, deploying, the military to the border, voter ID laws, ending remote work for federal employees. A lot of that stuff is very popular. While the flip side is a lot of stuff that he's actually doing. He talks about this stuff less, but Medicaid cuts, repealing the ACA, extending tax cuts to billionaires, a lot of that stuff is really unpopular. Just to say something a little controversial, I think a lot of the challenge of the Trump era is that they're going to try to bait us. And, we should do everything we can, to actually meaningfully resist and protect the populations that we care about and everything. But I think we need to make sure that we're preserving a considerable amount of time, to attacking Trump on the most effective things that voters are concerned about.
You've used the term bait a few times.
Yeah.
Right? They're going to try to bait us.
Right.
I think of a political party baiting you as dangling something in front of you that, they know is going to make you mad, but it isn't that big of a deal. They're doing mass firings around critical functions. They're destroying USAID. They're arrogating a huge amount of executive power. The set of things that I find Democrats are really worried about at the moment, it's, on the one hand, I suspect they're not the things that the public cares about, wants to hear that much about. Making a podcaster the deputy director of the FBI. But at the same time, they're not baiting. They're real. They're important. Like, what is the point of a party?
Right.
They will not fight those. And this is a place where I think there is a tension between this focus on what's popular, don't focus on just the things that activate your high education, high income base. But in terms of getting people out into the streets, potentially if you need that, getting people to town halls, there's sometimes I think this thought of the party that's just gonna, James Carville's been saying Democrats should basically play dead for a while and wait until the Trump administration's unpopular actions destroy the Trump administration, but don't get in the way, right? Or there's this version of a party that various things Hakeem Jeffries has said at different points have sounded like this to people. I think his thinking is a little bit more complicated than this, but we're not going to run after all these things. We're going to focus on the price of eggs, price of goods. You can really lose your own base if you're not defending democracy when they care about democracy, because you're waiting for an opportunity to attack prices. When prices are just kind of going to do what prices are going to do, what Democrats say about prices isn't the most salient thing.
I need you to go to freetaxusa.com. That's freetaxusa.com. Do you hear me? Free tax.
Am I getting what you're saying right? Is there a way of threading the needle? How do you think about that?
Yeah, I think you could imagine a theoretical world where we would have really hard and unpleasant trade-offs. But I think the world we actually live in is that a bunch of the things that we're extremely concerned about are actually really unpopular. And, just kind of going forward to the next slide, here's some randomized controlled trial data that, we did that, like I was talking about earlier with the ads, where we just kind of went through and we looked at, 58 different things that Trump's going to do. And then.
Yeah, you still there? I don't know if he disappeared on me or not. Yo, DC, you still there? I want to play a little bit of this AOC, Bernie Sanders, but I was trying to get your thoughts on what Ezra Klein was talking about, but I'm not sure if you're still busy. So I'm going to play a little bit of this Bernie Sanders, see what he's talking about. I skipped past AOC's part. I might come back to hers, so I want to play him first.
And one of the man who has brought us all together here today, and that is Senator Bernie Sanders.
And I want to say, you know, when you run for president 2 times, you do a lot of rallies. And in fact, we were here some years ago, right here, and we had a great rally. I think we had about 10,000 people out. In the hundreds of rallies that I have done, we have never, ever had a rally as large as this. And Denver, your presence here today is not just significant for Colorado. You are sending a profound message all over the world. The whole world is watching. And they want to know if the people of America are going to stand up to Trumpism, oligarchy, and authoritarianism. Now, I want to say this. The reason Alexandria is with me today is not just that she is doing a great job representing her district in the Congress. It's more than that. She has become an inspiration for millions of young people.
And Doug.
You'll be back. Emus can't help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance with...
Has not forgotten where she came from. But more importantly, when she decided to run, she was taking on one of the most powerful Democrats. We can organize at the grassroots level. We can become strong trade unionists. We can run for school board or president of the United States. We're not going to let the billionaire class have all of the power. So the message today is yes, here in Colorado, in Vermont, in New York, all over this country. Hey, Mr. Trump, people fought and died to create a democratic society. You're not going to take it away from us. Hey, Mr. President, turn off Fox TV and take a few moments to read the Constitution of the United States. You know, when I was in elementary school, we learned about how the government was formed and the Constitutional Convention and all that stuff. I should have studied it harder, but Trump should have learned it in the first place. And what we got is a separation of powers. And you know why? Because the people who founded this country took on the most powerful person in the world at that time, the King of England. And they said we never want to have one person in this country who has all of the power like the King of England. So they created a government with an executive branch, a legislative branch, and a judicial branch. And what Trump is doing every single day in an unconstitutional way is trying to undermine the powers of Congress, undermine the First Amendment. You got a president who is suing ABC and CBS and Meta and the Des Moines Register. He is threatening to investigate PBS and NPR. He loves media that fawns on him, that tells him how great he is. Well, I got news to you, Mr. President. What democracy is about is people discussing issues, debating issues, and disagreeing with you. And if you can't take the criticism, get the hell out of politics. And what this moment is about, why we're here tonight, is we will not allow America to become an oligarchy. This nation was built by working people. And we're not going to let a handful of billionaires run the government. You know, a few years ago, when I used the word oligarchy, people were talking about. Well, they know what I'm talking about now. You got to be dog-lined to death not to. Trump gets inaugurated, and I had the unusual position. I don't know how I got right on the front row. There I was watching the scene. Right behind Trump were the three wealthiest people in the country: Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg. Well, that's not enough. Behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to run major government agencies. So any working person in this country who thinks that these billionaires are trying to make government more efficient, you don't know what you're seeing. Now, you know, in Colorado and Vermont, all over, we have a serious problem with people who are addicted, right? We got a serious drug problem. We got an alcohol problem. We got tobacco problems. We have people who are addicted to one thing or another. But I will tell you what I think the worst addiction in this country is, the most dangerous, and that is the greed of the oligarchs. You know, everybody wants to do well. We all want to make money. We all want to live comfortably. That's natural. That's right. But these guys already have billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions. How much money do you need? And right now, what these oligarchs are doing is they're going after Social Security. They're going after Medicaid. They are trying to destroy the Veterans Administration. Veterans put their lives on the line to defend this country. And you don't fire 83,000 workers at the VA, which will mean worse quality health care for our veterans. And you know what is almost unimaginable? And this is what greed is about. It's like a heroin addict. I need it more and more and more. They want to cut nutrition programs for hungry kids. You tell me, in what world, in what universe, in what religion is taking food away from hungry children and giving tax breaks to the rich vaguely moral? But it's not just horrendous domestic policies that Trump and his billionaire friends are pushing on us. For the first time in the 250-year history of this country, we have a president of the United States who is aligning himself with a horrible dictatorship in Russia. We have a president who lies all of the time, and one of his worst lies was that he says Ukraine started that war. Well, Mr. President, Russia and Putin started that war. And we're not going to ally ourselves with dictatorships because we believe in democracy. But it is not just Russia. Trump wants to continue the horrific Biden policy of giving more money to Netanyahu to destroy the Palestinian people. We are going to bring legislation to the floor very shortly, which says not a nickel more for Netanyahu. Brothers and sisters, there is today profound disgust at both political parties. People see a Republican Party in which Musk, the wealthiest guy in the world, spent $270 million to elect Donald Trump. And his reward is to become the most powerful person in the government. Now, I don't care if you're a conservative Republican or anybody else. Nobody thinks that is what America is supposed to be about. But I would not be telling you the truth if I didn't tell you that within the Democratic Party, there are billionaires who have undue influence. And there is a reason why for
Global Industrial.
We picked up new business. We need more pallet jacks.
We can supply that.
when we not billionaires buying elections. As much. The agenda that we as progressives fight for the working class of this country is an enormously popular agenda. Republicans support it, Democrats, independents support it. Everybody knows that the current healthcare system is broken, it's dysfunctional, huge profits. There's something wrong. So Alexandria and I and others are going to work with you to finally do what should have been done decades ago, pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. Now, Bernie, I've got bad news for you. It's you. Right now, we have in Washington an embarrassing minimum wage, federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. And that means that tens of millions of Americans are working for starvation wages. Together, we're going to raise that minimum wage to a living wage, $17 an hour. All over this country, workers want to join unions. We got any trade unionists here today? All right. And workers know that if you're in a union, you're going to get better wages, working conditions, and benefits. But corporations are trying to stop workers illegally, trying to stop workers from joining unions. That's why we're going to pass the PRO Act, make it easier for workers to join unions. And we're going to end the absurdity of Americans paying, in some cases, 10 times more for prescription drugs than people in other countries. And Donald Trump may think that climate change is a hoax. We know it is an existential threat to our planet. And that is why we're going to pick up where Alexandria left off. We're going to pass a green jobs program. We can create millions of jobs, transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel. And in a competitive global economy, we need the best educated workforce in the world. It is totally insane that young people who want a good education go $50,000, $100,000 in debt. We are in desperate need of doctors and nurses and dentists and mental health counselors. If you come from a working class family, you want to go to medical school, you're going to come out of $500,000 in debt. That's insane. We got to make public colleges and universities tuition. But none of this stuff is radical. The American people support this. They don't want tax breaks for billionaires. They want programs that help ordinary Americans. So the point that Alexandria made a few minutes ago is exactly the right point. And that is what the right wing wants us to do is to turn on each other. They want to divide us up by the color of our skin, or where we were born, or what our religion is, or what our sexual orientation is. That's how they win. They divide us up. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but I do know that 99% is a hell of a lot bigger number than 1%. And I do know that if we stand together, we are the vast majority of people. We can defeat Trumpism. We can create a political movement so that we have a government and economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%. So, brothers and sisters, this is a difficult moment in American history, but it's not the first difficult moment we have had. We've gone through some rough periods in the past as well. But what I believe from the bottom of my heart, if we stand together, we don't let them divide us up. If we are smart, if we're willing to go outside of our comfort zones, there is nothing that can stop us. Let us go forward together. Thank you.
Just look at what Elon and Trump are doing to our health care, our veterans benefits, and Social Security. They are slashing the programs that we have spent a lifetime paying into. By the way, not them, because they haven't paid their fair share in taxes in years. So let's talk about Medicaid and Medicare for a second. Because every single House Republican voted to cut Medicaid. Not an accusation, it was their vote. And you see, these budgets aren't just fights about numbers. They are fights over our values as a country. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security are promises that we as a people have made to each other about the kind of society we want to live and live in the nation that we want to become. From politicians to people or charity, from billionaires to the working class, these are promises we have made to each other, neighbor to neighbor, friend to friend, elderly to young person, teacher to student. And to me, the strength of our country is not just measured by the height of best days. It's also about who and what is for us on our worst day. That's why I'm here with you today, because I want to share with you exactly what I mean. Because what many people want to smear as radical, I believe, is common sense. I believe in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world, when a person gets sick, they shouldn't go bankrupt. Common sense. I believe that a minimum wage should cover the minimum cost to live. Common sense. I believe that homes are not slot machines for investors and big banks to extort working families out of every last dollar that they have. Your government should fight to help you keep an affordable roof over your head. And finally, I believe that we must get big money out of politics and make clear that our country is not for sale. And that is why I don't and never will take money from industry lobbyists or corporations. You know, a lot of right-wing media will, thank you. Now, Fox News and the right wing, thank you guys. But Fox News and the right wing will have you believe that these American values are something out of the Communist Manifesto. That we believe these things because we went to some fancy school and read them in a book somewhere. But I can tell you, I don't believe in healthcare, labor, and human dignity because I'm an extremist. I believe these things because I was a waitress. Because I scrubbed toilets with my mom to afford school. Because I've worked double shifts to keep the lights on. Because I did lose my dad as a kid and had to see my mom open the hospital bills a few days later.
TaxAct has live experts on hand so you don't have to sweat your taxes. We're like the antiperspirant of tax companies.
And I don't want us to live like this anymore. We deserve better. And this isn't just about Republicans. We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us too. And that means communities choosing and voting for Democrats and elected officials who know how to stand for the working class. And Colorado, I want to thank you for working hard to make that happen. In fact, I want to tell you a little bit about Diana DeGette, whose district we're in right now. She's not here today. She just had a baby grandson born not too long ago, so I'm sending her our regards. But you know, Diana DeGette, she is one of the most powerful people in Congress on healthcare. She's in charge of the healthcare subcommittee. And Diana DeGette is a co-sponsor of Medicare for All. She believes in the guaranteed right to healthcare for every American. Thank you for electing her. You know, last week when other Democrats caved, your senators, Michael Bennet and John Hickenlooper, stood strong against the DC pressure and voted no on that Republican spending bill. You've got another hero in the House today, too. Representative Brittany Pedersen is here in the building. And she's right here. Brittany Pedersen's right here in the building. Colorado, you elected this champion. She got on a plane with a 4-week-old baby to vote no on that bill. Defend her, support her, uplift her. In fact, every Democrat from the state of Colorado who represents a congressional district in the state voted against that bill. So I want to thank Joe Neguse and Jason Crow as well. And don't stop there. I want you to look at every level of office around you and support Democrats who actually fight, because those are the ones that can win against Republicans. But our work here isn't done yet, because you know which Coloradans did vote to gut Medicaid and jack up healthcare costs? Every single Republican representative from Colorado in the United States Congress. Oh, and don't you worry. Don't you worry. I was just at Gabe Evans' district earlier today, and a lot of his 11,000 of his constituents would like a word with him. So folks, you know what this means. We need to come together and spend every day for the next year working to educate our neighbors, reach out to them, and in order to give these Republicans the boot and replace them with brawling Democrats who will stand up for Colorado. But beyond elections, our task is to build community. Block associations, volunteer groups, church groups, PTAs. Because community is the most powerful building block we have against fascism and to defeat authoritarianism and to root out corruption. So I'll end where I began. We might all come from different places, but we share many of the same experiences. So to all those who came here today unsure of whether or not this is a place where you belong, I want to say that you do. No matter who you voted for in the past, no matter if you know all the right words to say, no matter your race, religion, gender identity, or status, no matter even if you disagree with me on a couple things, if you are willing to fight for someone you don't know, you are welcome here. If you are willing to fight for the working people of this country, regardless of who they are, how they identify, or where they come from, you are welcome here. Because here, everyone is valued. But I will say this to those leaders on either side of the aisle who are willing to put their fellow Americans down so that they can get ahead or feel better about themselves, they may best find a home somewhere else. And if you're an LGBT kid or a family, we can't throw you under the bus in order to win an election. In this house, we stand together because here we know that together, without exception, is the only way that we can win. So I hope that you see that this movement is not about partisan labels or purity tests, but it's about class solidarity. And to all of you who came out today to stand together and say our lives deserve dignity and our work deserves respect. Thank you. Does someone need help? EMT? Is everyone okay? All right, it looks like we need an EMT over here. Sorry, everyone, we're gonna pause real quick. Let's make sure they get some help. So, oh no, they still need a medic? Okay, can we still get a medic over there? I wanna make sure that we pay very close attention right now, because we are here to make a sacred promise to each other. Because our goal today is not just to come together and share a few inspiring words and then go back to how things were. Our goal here today is to commit to building the kind of country we all deserve. And I want to start with one assignment before we all depart here today. And it is to leave this place connected to a new person you didn't know coming in. So I want you to turn to the people around you and greet someone you don't know. Thank you. I don't want to interrupt. Now, and we do that because we are here to make that promise, to take care of each other on our worst days and to share in the successes of our best. Thank you, Colorado. We are going to get through this. We are going to beat them. We will win by building a better nation than the one we had before. And with that, I want to introduce to you a friend and one of the man who has brought us all together here today. And that is Senator Bernie Sanders.
It continues to move forward while this is ongoing, and the judges appear to be trying to just block and delay and impede.
Well, you're right. They are trying to block, delay, and impede. This is lawfare. The president is no stranger to it. He his campaign, and this is a continuation of the lawfare that President Trump faced as a candidate, and he's now unfortunately an activist in the judicial branch didn't get the memo on November 5th when the American people overwhelmingly re-elected this president to continue with mass deportations. So White House counsel and the Department of Justice ongoing mass deportation campaign team to Saudi Arabia later this week to continue fighting for peace in this conflict. And I would just reiterate one more time, we have never been closer to peace than we are today. Buddy, how are we? It's a newsy day indeed. And last night we saw the very best of America. After spending nearly 300 days aboard the International Space Station, Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are back on Earth. These two incredible astronauts were only supposed to be up there for 8 days, but because of the Biden administration's lack of urgency, they ended up spending 9 months in space. Joe Biden's lack of courage to act boldly and decisively was a big reason why Butch and Sunny did not make it back until yesterday. But President Trump doesn't waste time. Immediately after taking office, President Trump directed Elon Musk and SpaceX to rescue these brave astronauts alongside NASA. The president also called the acting administrator of NASA and told her to bring the astronauts home as soon as possible. As acting administrator Janet Petro said herself yesterday, per President Trump's direction, NASA and SpaceX worked diligently to pull the schedule a month earlier. The president looks forward to welcoming Butch and Sunny to the Oval Office when they are recovered. This historic mission brings new meaning to President Trump's promise to always look out for the forgotten man and woman. On another important matter, yesterday, President Trump and President Putin spoke about the need for peace and a ceasefire in the Ukraine war. Both leaders agreed this conflict needs to end with a lasting peace and also stressed the need for improved bilateral relations between the United States and Russia. President Trump also spoke with President Zelensky this morning to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their needs and requests. As President Trump has said repeatedly, the precious lives and money that both Ukraine and Russia have been spending in this war would be better spent on the needs of their people. This terrible conflict would have never started with President Trump in charge, but he's determined to end it once and for all. President Trump also promised maximum transparency and a commitment to rebuild the trust of the American people in our intelligence community. Part of that promise was to fully release previously classified records related to the assassination of former President John F. Kennedy, and he made that happen yesterday. This historic release consisted of approximately 80,000 pages of previously classified records that are now published. The records are available to access either online at archives.gov/JFK or in person, accessible to records that are currently only roaring back in February. Industrial production surged in February. These are new numbers, 3 times at a greater 3 times rate than the expectations to its highest ever recorded level. And President Trump's laser focus on massive deregulation and unleashing our domestic energy industry is leading to stabilities for Americans' bottom lines. As Newsweek summed it up today, gas prices are plummeting under President Trump. And the Trump administration continues to make American communities safer through our ongoing mass deportation campaign of illegal alien criminals. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel announced the agency captured another fugitive from its 10 most wanted list, securing the extradition of Francisco Javier Roman Bardeles, a key senior leader of the brutal MS-13 gang. And the brave men and women of ICE also arrested a number of dangerous aliens across the country in recent days. You will see them on this screen. ICE San Francisco just arrested a citizen of Guatemala convicted of sexual battery. ICE New Orleans arrested a citizen of Ecuador convicted of rape in Suffolk County, New York. ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Mexico convicted of assault by strangulation. ICE Dallas arrested a citizen of Mexico convicted of assault with a firearm and rape with a foreign object. And ICE Houston arrested a citizen of Guatemala convicted of indecent sexual contact with a child in Texas. These are heinous criminal alien monsters who the previous administration allowed to flood into our country. And every time President Trump and this team deport one of them, our country becomes safer. Finally, before I open it up to questions, I want to tout how successful our efforts have been in filling out President Trump's administration. There have been a record number of 281 Senate confirmed nominations already, with another 280 in process. Here at the White House, OPM and GSA, we have filled 100% of the total number of slots. And this is a record number of placements in the first 58 days of any administration, and a testament to the caliber and the sheer quantity of talented people who want to work for President Trump to make America great again. Here in our new media seat today, we have Katie Pavlich. Katie is the editor of townhall.com, which is a subsidiary of Town Hall Media. It's a leading conservative news and opinion outlet based right here in Washington, D.C., with writers and journalists reporting around the country. Last year, Town Hall Media had 60 million unique users and 1.4 billion page views, with a broad reach on a number of social media platforms. With that, Katie, please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So given the back and forth with this U.S. District Judge and the administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act, does the president plan to send new and additional
Yo, DC, you still there? I'm about to shut it down. I could do videos all day. I wanted to get your commentary, but I guess you must be busy.
Yo. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. My bad. I kind of, got a little busy here for a second. But yeah, that was good stuff, man. I think that the separation is that what they're trying to do is try to catch a populist message, but the people are not aligning off of those issues. So the energy is there, like I say, in opposing a certain ideology. I think it's okay. It's fine. You can kind of capture a little bit of that energy. But if you don't have the culture to support it, if you are in a space to where that doesn't really exist, it's kind of hard for it to hold. That's all I'm saying. Like, what they're doing is fine, though, but I don't think that it will hold up in a traditional national election sense, in my opinion. So, and it depends on who you're going up against, of course. So, I mean, if it's generic, it's generic. You just back to the basics. You just choose from there. But it wouldn't be anybody like Trump if that was the case. If somebody else was to kind of rise in the right, kind of take his kind of same audience over, uh, whether that's JD Vance, if he starts to kind of develop that way, um, then you'll lose those people. And those very same people that you're talking to, they'll vote for that particular person again for a variety of host of reasons. So it's very interesting, to say the least. But no, we can shut it down, man. Shit, we kind of building up, man. We gotta get this in, man.
Did you see all the data from Ezra Klein's show that I showed? And AOC and Bernie Sanders talking? Missed it?
I was out of it at that particular point. I didn't get to see that part. But yeah, I know about it. Though. Definitely know about it. What the program is about. You talking about when it was talking about the right versus the left media?
No, the thing that we was talking about before, where he did all the numbers. He just broke down all the numbers: Democrat, Republican, race, class, gender, age, and what happened in 16, what happened in 20, what happened in 24. All the charts and graphs for why people did what they did. Either stayed home, they came out and voted, etc. Didn't get into where money and stuff like that went. Just how everything, just overall how everything was broken down into. As a matter of fact, even to the point where they even ran numbers on if everybody voted, the statistic would be Trump would have won 52 to whatever.
So 48.
Yeah, 48. So it was very lot of data though, but they kept it pretty straightforward.
Interesting. Yeah.
And then I want you to comment on AOC and Bernie talking that talk, and I'm just like trying to, understand that.
I was talking about that. Yeah. Especially AOC. I mean, Bernie has been burning for years.
Yeah, but I mean, it sounds good, but it's just,
It sounds very similar to what Kamala was
good.
saying. What Kamala was saying during some of her speeches. Some of the stuff that they were saying, some of the stuff they was talking about. So.
Yeah, Kamala said a lot of those things. I mean, it's just like you said, it's convincing people of things, but I'm not totally sure if, like they have a rally. I don't know who's there, who those people are, so I can't, because I'm going to tell you, when I seen Kamala them rally, I was like, oh, okay, you're going to get some turnout. And you didn't get turnout, so I don't know what rallies even mean at this point. I can't trust what I see. I can't trust the excitement that looks a certain way. When you do a rally, is it really resonating? Does it connect, and do people believe you?
Yeah, I mean, are you moving it from the person that they're trying to beat? So I mean, like, I imagine what Ezra was kind of looking at was that President Trump is very unique in that kind of space where he kind of overlaps people's talking points a little bit, and he pull in people that are not necessarily conservative, in their views, and he pulled them to kind of like vote for him, just whether it's for change sake or just trying to do something different or whatever in their minds, So that's what he presents.
And they made a strong argument that people who are educated, people who watch the media a lot, tend to vote left, and the majority of the voters who aren't as engaged voted for Trump. I don't know if any of that translates. I don't know if it all translates over to doesn't matter who the Republican person is. I don't know if it translates in that way, because Trump is very careful on he's being very careful on what he's doing, not doing, what he's saying and not saying when it comes to gender, class, and race. And I think even because they were even surprised that so many young people under 30, even 18-year-olds they were surprised what those numbers look like by gender.
Yeah.
Even that was surprising to them anyway. Because the whole thing is that a lot of the liberal stuff isn't necessarily resonating, and they were just because normally it should be the opposite. And so they found a lot of older people end up supporting more liberal stuff, and the younger people end up supporting more conservative stuff. So it's like they're perplexed by it, really.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's the culture of the politics more so than the policy of the politics.
Yeah. Now I do like one thing that I do agree with, which you disagree with, this is what I've been saying, is that all the things that happen. Well, maybe I take that back. I think you did talk about this a while back. All the things that were happening sort of in the 60s, the civil rights era, all that stuff is pretty much diminished. And the left can't necessarily, at least the last election, can't, we'll see about the next one, right? But they really can't tap into it like they used to could tap into it. And that seems to be a change as well. Because things are changing. Those people are older, passing on, retiring, they're disengaged, they're moving on, they have issues, whatever it is, they're not going to be here in the same numbers, especially if the baby boomers disappear off the planet. It's going to change. It's changing. So look at the 20-year-olds specifically. I was even thinking, well, I say, 20-year-olds are voting however they're voting today, but guess what? They're 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25. But let's see those same kids in 10 years, which would make them 28 to say 35, 10 years from now, and then see what it looks like, right? Because you're talking about marriage, divorce, kids, staying single, moving around the country, living, you know what I'm saying? Just getting older, consuming more information in politics, et cetera, and all the other factors that play from social media and on and on, We'll see if those things hold position or not. And as the Democrats and Republicans who are now old retire and disappear, as well as that's going to change things. That's going to change things. You're talking about what? They're basically all based. I look at them as they're basically kings and queens in my mind, to be honest. They keep talking about the president. Trump is he's never leaving, and I'm like, that is a strange statement. Trump's never leaving. He's going to be president for life. He's a dictator, autocrat. I said, well, hold up now. Now, the last time I checked, the only kings and queens we got is judges, senators, and congresspeople. The last time I checked, it's judges in particular. But you look at what's the dude from Kentucky? Whatever his name is, he's still there too. What's my guy name from Kentucky? The senator. Lindsey Graham, Chuck. It's a whole list. They've been 30, 40 years. You for life. Even Bernie, 40 years.
Yeah, since
y'all the king for life. Y'all ain't giving up your job to say, we need to make changes. You still there. You never leaving.
They're hard to move them once they win a couple of years. I mean, you won a couple of years as a senator. I mean, that's almost 20 years. Then.
How old is AOC? 40, 38? How old is she? She was trying to become the lead of the I forget what she was trying to become. I think of one of the committees, and they put some old dude in charge instead of her. And I said, these dudes, they've been here for life. They're kings and queens, man. I don't know how. I do know how they keep getting voted for, but just generally saying, I don't know how they still there. I don't know how they got them districts rigged up.
Yeah, she gets rigged up, and they raise a lot of money, and
but wouldn't the people, we're a victim of it in Maryland too. But it's like, man, we need to focus on you've been here too long, bro. You got to go.
Yeah,
you've been here 10, 15 years. I want you about it. I'm voting against you. I don't care what your political party is. If you've been there for 10 years, I'm voting against you. I'm sorry. You got to go.
20 to 30 years tops, man. I mean,
that's insanity, bro.
That should be enough time, man. Period.
I think 10 At the most, that's
or
probably still a lot.
if you're a
10 to
senator, since it's 6 to 4 year terms, you can't be in there longer than 4 terms as a senator. After that, you gotta roll. You gotta train. You gotta transition to your
20
successor.
turns, 15 turns. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, transition to your successor.
Well, I mean, it'd be different if you've been there all that time and you live and you have like one of the greatest little areas that you control. Like you just do, everything is phenomenal. We know that ain't the case in none of these areas.
Yeah.
And I'm
So in
like,
the
y'all
house,
still voting for this person? God damn.
some places in the house they're so stagnant with the same candidate. They don't run. They don't run against them. They run unopposed. They just if
Yeah,
they
they run
vote,
on the
they
polls.
yeah.
That's why it's funny when people complain about politics. Because I'll be thinking to myself, well, I mean, if we're all truly engaged, I think we would be like, yeah, it's time to swap you out, buddy. Kentucky, California, Maryland, doesn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? To the city, like we got to
That's
swap
what
y'all
shocks
up
me.
out of here.
That's what shocks me about a lot of people that get mad. I mean, a lot of you can primary, especially a House representative, you can
Oh
get them up
yeah,
out of here early.
you can get them up out of there.
But most of the time, if they make it past their third or fourth time, a lot of
They
times
locked
people
in, man,
kind of
for a minute.
it gets kind of hard because then you got to raise money. They kind of run opposed towards them. They've been there for a while. They've been on committees, housing committees, judicial committees, international committees, top secret committees. So it gets more difficult. They start projecting out into the future. Oh, okay. So future Speaker of the House, whip and all this type of shit.
Yep.
Minority,
It becomes a career.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They start projecting it out after a while. Even talking about AOC, either taking Chuck Schumer's position. Yeah.
Oh no, she's selling it nice.
Yeah.
She's starting to settle. She's starting to settle in pretty nice.
She can stay in her seat, or she can kind of move up to senator. Who knows what she'll do? I mean, that's what Tim Walz did the same thing. He was in the House at first, and then he moved to senator in Minnesota. So it can happen. Easy.
Yeah, we all fall for it. They're like, yeah, we want him to be. He should be a senator next. Like, bro, we know we should be saying that when we do say that, though, right? I'm a part of it. I'm like, yeah, man, we want you to be, we're not constantly saying get somebody new. I'm just as bad as everybody else.
One of the first times I actually seen where it didn't work was I think where Hogan tried to become senator of Maryland, and he couldn't beat Alsobrooke. It was difficult. So
I know. Yeah.
He was more of a governor type anyway, so he wasn't going to get the same kind of energy to vote for him as a senator. So there is that. So it depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I fall into the same trap. Sometimes I try to pick someone that's new, but then I've also been sucked into it too, though. Like, yeah, he was working for the county. Now he made his way to the Senate. I gotta support him, man. He's the governor now. I want to be president next. I'm like, I'm just as bad as everybody else.
Yeah. Actual stepping stone to progression.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, we can go ahead and shut it down, man. My bad, I kind of ran out of energy, so I had to get into this family thing. But I'm kind of tired now, so
Yeah, no doubt.
the kids had me up early.
Your phone's kind of muffled. Say that again.
I said the kids had me up a little bit earlier, the party and all that kind of stuff. So.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is D. Until next time. Peace.